Always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big...
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Live.
It's our Rainbow Six Siege Grand Final here in the ECAC on eSports. I'm timed late, joined alongside me is Boxy for Fisher College, taking on Muskingum Esports and Boxy. Fisher College yet to lose a map. Muskingum barely making it to the Grand Finals against James Madison. We're set for a banger of a best of 5.
Yeah, we've had a discussion about this, prior going live, and something that both struck us as interesting was that semifinals in ECAC playoffs season 1 were also best of 5s. And furthermore, Muskingum, they would have lost if it was a best of 3 semifinal. They would have gone 2-1 versus JMU. So I guess they should thank their lucky stars for even making it here to the finals. And like you said, on the other hand, Fisher not even dropping a single map in the playoffs, which is also a feat by itself. But it was a hard and long road to even get here to playoffs. There were first group stages. It was, I think, 8 weeks of just regular play days. And it was actually Muskingum coming out on top, going 7-1, while Fisher dropped 2 games, so it was 6-2 for them. So in theory, Muskingum, they finished on top. They had the first seed. But playoffs so far, Fisher have looked better. And you've been talking about this, prior to going live. They've also been doing really well in other collegiate leagues, right? This is their third final, I believe you said, in the span of what?
12 days. 12 days between the start of Open Premier Grand Finals in Nace, of which they lost 2-0, by the way. Then, on the 6th, they won 3-0 up against Kettering University in the NECC Grand Finals. That's for the Legends Conference. And now it comes to ECAC here on Esports U, where they face another best of 5, again similar to that of their match against Kettering back on our previous Tuesday. But best of 5 seemingly favor Fisher. When you have a more diverse map pool, Fisher has the practice available between the coach/caster of Yali, the absolute gunner of Beezer, and the very back-ended supportive staff across the board, Cappy especially included, of whom's playing from the West Coast today, by the way, so we are playing Central for all of you curious. I don't know how this is going to favor Fisher. I have never seen Muskingum play, so I can't make any comments in their ground, but 7-1 through groups and beating James Madison, who won the NACE actual varsity Premier Grand Finals in Philadelphia on land. So really the tale of 2 coins between Fisher losing Open and JMU, who lost to Muskingum just last week, winning the varsity Premier Grand Finals with NACE.
Well, while you were talking, we had the map bans pop up, so let's go over those. MU banned Border first, Bank was second to follow, and then Clubhouse was picked by MU, Chalet by FC, and Oregon by MU. Fourth will be Villa, and then Cafe was banned, along with Skyscraper, leaving Theme Park to be the decider should we need it. John hates it when I do this, but I'm still going to ask you, what are your predictions for the series?
So I'm going to say Fisher College either win 3-0 or 3-2. If this goes to Oregon, I think Oregon and Villa may favor Muskingum, but if it gets to Theme Park, Fisher are going to win it. The only team they have lost on Theme Park 2 is Kettering, of whom is just a dominant force on that map, and they actually even beat them last week again in Nace. So the conversation between these 2 squads is really whether Muskingum can pick up one of these first 2 maps, and if they do, it's certainly a possibility for them to come back. But if they don't, I'm not really liking their chances.
Yep, absolutely agreed. And I think we're just waiting for a ready from players, right? We can get in there just any second now. While we wait, how have you been? It's been a while, man.
I mean, I've been great. I've been happy, able to cast Fisher and dog on Yali a whole lot, so that's always been fun. But hey, it's been around, been casting. That's
Yeah.
always exciting. That's the thrill, I have to say. But how have you been? I mean, taking a little bit of a break from casting, coming back with a storm with the best of 5 grand final. How is
Yeah,
it?
it's real life been taken over by dance. I'm a professional dancer slash I teach little kids, and yeah, exactly. L's all around.
Real life.
Make some time for Rainbow Six though, and let's get into the ban phase off of Clubhouse. Predictions on bans.
Uh, oh my gosh, it's so difficult to predict bans, especially when Fisher's in the conversation. Sometimes they ban Nook or Jackal, others Thatcher's off the board. This time, it's Hibana. I can't say I would have predicted that, so I'm not even gonna try and pretend like I would have.
Okay. One thing that we haven't mentioned yet, I think, and we probably should, is that Solace is not allowed to be used as per ECAC rules, meaning that we will not be seeing her at all, and that's kind of a bummer, but it is what it is. Your thoughts on Solace so far?
Seeing Solace has been a nice breath of fresh air for diversity in terms of a defensive side. Had they been able to play around utility and information, especially around utility and the information it gains or gives over sometimes, that's always been the conversation for defensive side and what they can do with that. Not having Solace, I think, would be a real beat for Fisher. I think would have instituted her just a little bit more. The
Okay.
defender bans, by the way, can't say I'm too surprised about them.
Yeah, so Habana, Osa, Azami, and Valkyrie. And Habana, Osa, both a little surprising. Meanwhile, Valkyrie, Azami, exactly what you would expect, just great overall operators. And we've seen them ban a lot, both of them. Valkyrie has been one of the staple bans, along with Mira, for so very long. And Azami, ever since being introduced, what was it, 3 seasons ago, I want to say?
Yes.
Also, amazing operator used in casual ranked pro play, just all around, so no surprises there. But round 1, we're going to be going to Church and Arsenal, which is not really the default as far as I know, right? It's usually cash first. Sometimes teams get risky, they go for even bedroom. I haven't seen Church starts in quite a while as default.
It's really down to preference a lot of times. CCTV and Cache has actually fallen out of favor as a primary site because of how drilled in it used to be when Clubhouse was a favored map. Most attacking sides knew exactly how to take it out. So a lot of teams decided to fall away from it. Church and Arsenal and even Gym Bedroom were favored as primary sites over the top of it. A lot of times you'll see that as a second or third site, depending on what team it is and how much practice they have around that. For Fisher, I think that will be the case. It should go Church, Arsenal, Gym Bedroom, CCTV, Cache. Not sure if that continues to be the case.
Okay, looking at the defensive operator lineup, nothing really strikes me as odd. We have Mira, Wamai, Legion, Jaeger, and Kate, pretty standard. On the attacking side, we've seen a few attacker repicks, because that's a thing now and it's been for a while. Yana, Thermite, Jackal, Thatcher, all good. I'm interested to see what the Fuse brings to the table, though. Fuse, after his rework a few seasons back, he has been used more and more, but still not to the point where when you see him, you don't go, I wonder what's going to happen here.
Fuse a fairly set up pick. You could see Clip actually clearing out the top side of logistics with that drone. They're able to look at the top side and the ceiling of Kitchen, making sure nobody is inside of that logistics room. And it's a fairly turtled setup from Fisher. They don't extend into dirt. They don't even dedicate all that much utility in that general direction. They're not extending or roaming in any vertical or horizontal sense other than, well, pit, and even then that's a fairly standard place to at least look at, much less hold.
Yeah, it is going to be... It's now up to Muskingum to really figure out that it's more of a turtle setup, that they don't need to waste a lot of time on roam clear. They have the Jackal to help, and like you said, Clip was already droning upstairs, so they should figure that out pretty fast. But the few first rounds pop off, and Smart takes a little bit of damage, nothing major just yet. The hedge gets popped, and the feet gets scanned by Jackal's Inox scanner. That's the first defender being revealed, and now they can either hold their position or fall back to side. They choose to go for the latter, as Maple is now under the hedge, but gets taken out by Clip as an opener to our series.
Yeah, and Maple, the first one to fall. The Jaeger off the board, not the worst pick in the world. Of course, the Jaeger already getting your utility down. It's really place and forget, not having to worry about putting that down later on. Reserve's going to walk in through that pit position, try and play around it, but still not wanting to aggress all that far. With Beezer up, here's Smart though. One from behind. Cappy's dropped. Yali does find the return with the TCSG, however, and it's Muskingum. They do find 2 of 3 opening duels, but only a man advantage, singular, by the way. With a minute left, they need to aggress quickly, and a nade to do almost 160 damage onto 2 players. Fairly good way to drop in.
Yeah, Beezer drops down, gets a kill, or rather, excuse me, Harsty drops down, Beezer gets the kill. It's a 3v3 now, but Roby, Yali, both so low on HP, this could go wrong. One shot to put them out of contention, but it's Beezer with a double. Headshots onto reserve, Gumine's popping off left and right. 35 seconds left as the attackers need to start pushing in. Barbara being punched in blue, meanwhile the Thermite does creep up dirt. But it's a pretty good hold from defenders. Nope, scratch that. It's a 1v1. His kills rain down. Triple for Beezer on the round. The defenders secure round 1.
Nice turnaround, especially later on by Beezer, and picking up 3 kills in the round, putting Fisher on the front foot. Yali with a double, and making sure it was at least possible to come back in that. Smart from behind, though. Really good drone play, and not making all that much noise in order to give Fisher the intonation that there could be somebody around the dirt position. Of course, they opened up the dirt wall years prior to actually pushing straight through it, but the kills were still found in their favor. Unfortunately, not later on. The trades returned back. When Beezer activated, you always want to run away. Big bad Beezer, never the lightest of shooters. And certainly won't be, as he picks up Rook armor. We see a Rook as our first French operator makes an appearance.
Yeah, well, it is going to be a cash hold this time around, and I can't wait to get a look at what's actually happening inside. But again, let's talk about the defensive operators. Nothing really strikes you as odd, besides maybe the Rook, but even he, we see him around every now and then. Attack even more standard. I think it's pretty much the same as last round, minus Fuse plus Ash. Scratch that, plus Knock. So, as standard as you can get here, I think.
Yeah, it's minus Fuse with Lars picking up the Ace instead of Lars picking up the Thermite. And Clip going onto the Therm this time around, with that second substitution, by the way, being the Jackal. I have to say I'm a little surprised about some of these. But looking at how Fisher are playing this, it seems like they want to try around a Bandit trick. And you can put down the Bandit batteries and then play later on and replace them in a later position with the recent-ish changes of the Bandit. First exothermic charge is used around that garage to open up at least some avenue of attack in the general vicinity of the map. There's the attempted Bandit trick. It works out fairly well, but not to near perfection, so Bandit will have to back away, and at least some semblance of advantage gained there by Muskingum.
Muskingum started out this round really, really well. They have the mad advantage right off the bat, but not for long, as Maple will even it out, and that's reserve falling, so it's 1-for-1. Iana gone on the attacking side and Rook demolished on the defensive. And, well, I gotta say that's a shame. Iana, she has the Gemini Replicator, she has 2 grenades that she hadn't utilized as far as I know, so we'll see how this goes. Still so much time to work with for Muskingum, but they seem to be attacking pretty head-on. And I hope it doesn't punish them later on in the round. A few vertical grenades coming out, but doing very, very little damage to Beezer, nothing critical. And the Knock is separated out alone from her team, which could end up badly if she's not careful.
That lurking role, always chaotic to play if you are the Nook. Sometimes it works, sometimes it absolutely just collapse for you. Utility dumped in towards Garage again here from Muskingum. Magnet does pick up a flashbang as they try and walk in, but it's still occupied, and most importantly by Beezer, who's about to build up another Magnet. Lars finds a team kill onto Heartsy. There is a return, and doubled up at that as Lars finds a follow-up, this time finally onto the opposing team. Rogue playing a long angle across into that Garage breach, but unfortunately is not able to find the kill. Cappy on an attempted hero flank down below. Needs to at least find a C4 or a flanking kill in through Garage, but the communication has to be there, as Robe will be able to relay it and find a kill.
There we go. The A Selmas will make another point of attack, though, for the defenders. As EMP is being thrown in as well, just to disable any potential gadget. And Daddy Lars goes for the plant. Nope, no C4, because you're already there. Oh, what? Nope. Demolished. I think it was the EMP that got it. Smart gets the kill.
No way.
And Daddy Lars gets the plant. First one for Jaeger, but make that second for Daddy Lars as he gets the plant and the final kill of the round, equalizing the scoreline 1-1. And yeah, I think that was the EMP that got the C4 from below, which, if that was the intention behind the EMP, then a genius play. Congrats.
I can confidently say I have never seen an EMP counter a C4, and I'm pretty sure Cappy's either eternally confused or really surprised it actually did indeed work. So, well done to Muskingum to counter out the play from below. I thought Cappy's C4 probably would have ended the round, and on paper it actually would have, but it's still a round win for Muskingum. As they come back, CCTV cache does not work for Fisher.
Oh no!
Wait a second. Isn't friendly fire in prep phase turned off?
Maybe not in customs, question mark?
They must have just added
right?
the setting. Well, I say that because last week it was not an available setting in custom games.
I'm just guessing, by the way, here. I haven't seen it flat or whatever.
So
I'm just...
here's the competitive ruling. It is on because the admins for the 6 invitational rules, it meant it had to be on, so the game had to make a change. So with a new small patch, it was added as a setting. Thank you very much, Max. By the way,
very
Max,
Oh, that's Max? Okay, thank you, Max. Well, that's a lot of damage, and this is the second round in a row where we've seen, you know, almost 100 damage dealt. Last round it was Muskingum, this time it's Fisher. Keeping it even.
Bad, man.
Yeah.
Well, Fisher's defense. Maestro this time around, substituting that as Yali for the Rook. Rook I don't think did all that much. An extra bit of HP helped, sure, but the utility probably would have been a little bit better in terms of not only doing damage, but relaying information. I don't see any other changes for either team, and I appreciate that for Muskingum. If it works and it ain't broke, don't fix it. Impact Trick does work. That'll take out at least one Selma. I don't know if it took out a second, as I can't see how many Lars currently possesses. They'll have to pop out a drone for that one. An Impact used by Beezer to take out a drone as well. Decent bit of investment for the defensive side to try to eliminate utility.
Seems like an overkill, but you know, if it works, it works. Smart on the angle there, trying to get Beezer, but he's being careful right now. The second exothermic being deployed on the bottom of Garage, so that's a lot of angles to watch out for if you're trying to help Beezer. Lars gets the entry onto, well, speak of the devil, Beezer. Second one, Nate comes out. Cappy is taken out as well, and it's falling apart for Fisher. Keep in mind, Rogue has been on HP for the entire round. The early down, Lars makes his way up on the catwalk, but the red things are coming up, and Rogue could be devastating on the flank if it even gets to that, as Artsy gets one. Gali on the retaliation, but it's a little too late. 3-4 currently, as Reserve takes a lot of damage, but Rogue actually gets clip as well. It's a 3v2, but the defender is still on the huge backside.
Not only that, but in terms of manpower and health remaining, only an impact available for them in terms of utility. The attackers still wield a Selma, no EMPs, but the Gemini Replicator is certainly a point of contention in terms of utility. Yali will back away in towards the construction room and then try to re-aggress through cache again towards that same garage breach we saw in a round prior. Robe still playing patient, not changing all that much about their position for the time being. They want to try to aggress around the diffuser being planted, but Muskingum is just waiting. They have 50 seconds. They want to try and bait Fisher out of position, and the whereabouts of Yali now gained. They'll try to plant that diffuse, but they may not even have to. Robe with one, a second onto reserve. It's a 1 versus 1 as it stands. Zmart on 125 HP, but Robe stuck still on 20 from the beginning of the round. They may still be able to pick up Lars inside of the default position because of where Robe is currently positioned, and they'll be able to. It'll be turned right back into a 2v1.
Yep. Nope. Make that a 2v0. Zmart gets the pickup, gets the kill, and that's another round for Muskingum as they take the lead for the first time. Nice shot. Good job. Let's go. Okay, so 2-1. We've seen Muskingum on attack. We've seen Fisher on defense. I think it's safe to say there's going to be a very close series, or at least the map, right?
I'd say that's a good assumption, but the question is, why did Fisher go CCTV cache twice?
Well, if at first you don't succeed,
try the exact same thing over and over again and expect a different result.
Exactly. That's a Phoenix line right there, or not a Phoenix. Who was it? Who keeps saying that?
Binks. We call it a Binksism.
It's a Binks line. Yeah. Okay. I don't know how I forgot about Binks, man. I love him. Anyways, we're back onto Church, the only bomb side, the only round that Fisher have managed to win so far. And let's see if they can replicate their success, because keep in mind, their round win was solely off of Beezer's 3K. And it's looking pretty dire for them. Again, I think both sides, we Fisher is a favorable team, and it's obviously very early in this best of 5. But so far, Muskingum, they've been more consistent, even if the scoreline is just 2-1. Obviously, small sample size, but still, it says something about the match we're seeing played out in front of our eyes.
But the fact that this is not the map pick of Fisher. Clubhouse is always a chaotic map, and some teams prefer it significantly more than others. Fisher, I think, was assuming it would pass by the first pick phase and be able to ban it later on. That obviously was not the case for all of you unfamiliar. And now looking at how Fisher want to try to adapt, their defensive side's going to at least go back to what is working or what has worked in the past, I suppose. But looking at the maps they played over the last couple grand finals, they haven't had to play on club. So that's been a real point of contention for them, avoiding it as a whole.
I do kind of wish we'd see Fisher a little bit more aggressive, or at least spread out on their defenses so far, because we really haven't seen that. And even if we had someone play offside, they just weren't impactful at all. We've only seen them late in the round where it was only a 1vx on the side, you know, trying to make a late second roam. So I wish the roamers were a little bit more contendent, but we'll see how that goes. So far, they've been playing this turtle down style, and it's obviously worked with mixed results, but Church is one of those bomb sites where you can definitely play a more turtle down, hunker down approach, and it usually works, right?
Turtle, especially on the bottom floor here, is what works. Other maps, or other sites at least, the extension's kind of a requisite, but on this site, the turtle really forces a team into one of 3 or 4 different avenues of attack. Whether it's the main door, Memorial, which still leads to a similar avenue of attack, you only have to control one of the two. Around through blue, either one of those 2 entrances, and dirt, and sometimes the hatches, but those are a little bit more rare than more often seen. So it's down to team preferences, and Fisher at this point prefer to back the heck away. They don't want to take unnecessary gunfights, especially when it does not favor them.
Yep. But again, if it doesn't keep working, if Muskingum keep winning those rounds, then they'll have to adapt something. And I think kind of just loosening up a little bit, being a little bit more aggressive on their defenses, it's what Fisher could use here to throw off Muskingum. Because Muskingum at this point, I think they will have become complacent on their roam clears. They haven't had anything to deal with in the first 4 rounds. Meaning that if you go for a super aggressive round come round 5, you could definitely throw them off, catch them off guard, and secure at least 1 more round. But 40 seconds left. The execute is about to start commencing. Still all 10 bodies on the floor. A few of my discs being thrown out. We do see the attackers around the kitchen hatch. Yellow Pink's coming out left and right. Lars is going to push up towards third, and Yali's going to be the first one of contention. That's the diffuser. There's a second follow-up, and finally, Yali is taken out. Beezer gets a kill with the C4, 3 and 4 currently, as the Capital bolts are deployed. Maple and Heartsy both find 1, so it's 2v3. Make that Z-Mart as well, 2v2, and Beezer is low on HP, but again, somehow the defense is pulling through. Blue Mine's coming in clutch as well. 5 seconds left. Will they get it? Z-Mart pushes into the bomb site, gets 1. That's triple for him. Can he make it 4? Time is running out, and nope. That's another round for Fisher. Barely winning purely off of time.
And they skate by on time alone on the only site that they've won. Yeah, they've done so twice, but now they need to figure out what else is going to work. And the answer, a different dang site. They're not going back to CCTV cache. They don't employ the thought process of 3rd time's the charm. However, Gym Bedroom still needs to go their way if they want to at least pick up a 3-3 half. If they lose here, they will either go back to Gym Bedroom or, for some unknown reason, go CCTV cache for a 3rd consecutive time. Probably not the greatest of decisions, at least the latter.
Absolutely agree. And like I said, I really feel like, just going for 1 super loose, super aggressive round could be super beneficial for Fisher here. Question is, will they do it? Like you said, bottom floor you can get away with, or rather it's usually preferential to be super hunkered down into the bomb site, just, have 5 people play there. But other sides, the defense are pretty much a must. And it seems like the defense is setting up that way, but I want to see just how risky and daring they get with their extensions.
Doesn't seem like the extensions are getting all that daring. What used to be the #1 thought process was, hey, everybody extend all the way towards cache. Let's play inside of cache, try and protect this east side of the map. Nowadays, most of the time it's just extending towards construction, maybe a little bit of logistics, but even then, barely a conversation, and then give away most of that space on the far east side of the map. That's only kind of the thought process. You can see Robe on the Jaeger getting aggressive for all of 4 seconds and then backing away. Fisher don't want to overextend. Their decision, back away in Turtle on a consistent basis.
Yep, 30 seconds into the round, the attackers are setting up to even start entering the building, and that's always, that's always good. You gotta work your due diligence. You gotta start droning out before you can breach. Breach will come out on Jacuzzi Wall though, and I do want to see what they end up doing with this Ying. It looks like she's going to use her hard breach secondary charges to try and open up a wall into construction. If there's no mutes on the wall, and I don't believe there are. Reserve, meanwhile, entering down below in bar, looking for the entry engagement, but once again, all of Fisher's players are just playing it close to the vest, close to the bomb site, ready for those refrags for the angles. And let's see which avenue of attack Muskingum pursue this round.
Seems like dying first is the decision. Losing that opener, and the spray actually lands onto the can opener. So, unfortunately, Ying out of secondary utility, and that hatch, there's nothing to deal with it. Unless Heartsy decides to throw a nade at it, there is not a single bit of utility, or, I suppose,
Selma. You could use a Selma
to try and throw in. But I don't think they want to use a Selma there, and they don't. It'll
Obviously
be used
not.
on a Mira. And an impact trick misses. Cappy not safe anymore, and they'll have to back away, but unless it's Cappy, she's just going to continue to swing.
Well, just over a minute left, and attackers, I think, are scrambling for a way to get in. They've created a bunch of small openings, but they haven't managed to pry those holes any bigger. They haven't managed to establish a point of entry, and it could cause them endly. We've seen Fisher win round 4 off of time purely, and this could be a repeat of that. Still 9 people alive, with Reserve being the only exception. Make that just 8 as Cappy will fall, so it is a 4v4. Nell is coming out a little bit, but the Lamai charges will catch them down. Looks the wrong way. Beezer gets the kill.
Quick bit of aggression from Beezer, playing with that ACS, wanting to try and be proactive on the defensive side. And that's been a little bit of an issue for Fisher, reactive rather than proactive. And that change has not only found that in that opening pick from prior, but now what was a man advantage. Heartsy fighting a return onto Yali, as the girls for Fisher will fall. The issue, so will most of Muskingum. Low HP for Lars, looking the wrong way. It's actually Robe to pick that kill up, but it's Heartsy left alone in a 1 versus 3 walking in. The Hell Presence reduction will run out, and Beezer, with that ACS, finds a second kill for themselves, and a third round for Fisher. Jim Bedroom going the way of the Falcons, as they at least solidify a halftime tied score.
Yeah, I think it wasn't really Fisher playing that all that better. I think it was just Muskingum being their own worst enemies in that round. It was just a bunch of small mistakes piling up, wasting utility, not having anyone to breach the hatch after the hard breach was destroyed, stuff like that. And it piled up, and yeah, I really think Muskingum shot themselves in the foot. It's not to say that Fisher aren't playing well, but I still think that the round was rather gifted to them, and especially from what I've seen and heard about Fisher prior, I'm still waiting for him to start putting on a show that I was promised.
Beezer playing worse than usual. Gotta say, a little disappointed if I am. Brief note, by the way.
Yeah.
Brief note to the past. I was talking about them not playing club. In their previous 3 series, which has consisted in chronological order from previous to now, Open finals for NACE, they played Villa and Theme Park up against UTSA. They lost 0-2 in that series. In this league's semifinals, in the ECAC semis against Trine, they won Villa and Chalet 7-0, and Trine forfeited the 3rd map. And then, in the NECC Grand Finals, they played Villa, Chalet, and Theme, gave away a total of 4 rounds, and won against Keter. So, they haven't had to play too many of those back-end closet pick maps, other than Theme twice. And one time it's gone really well, the other time they lost.
Well, keep in mind, we may not be seeing Theme at all because it is our decider today, so if any of the teams reaches 3 maps won before that, we're not going to be seeing Theme at all. But yeah, Fisher, like we've mentioned in the intro, is the only, well, there's only 2 teams left in the competition, but Fisher, they haven't dropped a single map throughout playoffs, and that is a huge accomplishment by itself, especially considering that, the semifinals were also a best of 5, and if it keeps going this way, yes, they have the man advantage, or rather the point advantage right now. Not a man advantage anymore, though, as Yali gets taken out early once again, this time with a grenade, but this could be the first map that they potentially drop. Regardless, Beezer retaliates with a headshot onto Clip, and that's no more Thermite for the round. 4-4 once again, and that's a trend we keep seeing throughout this match. The man the man count is always very close. I don't think that we've seen any one-sided round so far, so at least we have that going on for us.
Yeah, and the close rounds favor the attacking side more often than not, but Muskingum losing 3 of 5, not the greatest position for them to be in. You have to feel a little bit bad for Yali, by the way. That nade prepped by Heartsy was actually meant to take out a mute jammer rather than Yali herself, but it may really not matter. You can see the aggression through by reserve, and Beezer decides that he wants to pull a WWE move and drop off the top ropes of the rafters. Luckily, there is a return, as Heartsy does indeed find a second on the round for themselves, but Fisher's defense being torn apart just a little bit and thrown out of position as Maple is on the other side of the map, looking for a flank possibly onto that nook.
This is what I've been talking about. I really wish that Fisher had a person more roam. Like, the most action we've seen so far was someone on site dropping down and getting a kill, but Maple on the flank now, so far so quiet, and they could catch Heartsy off guard, but now it's going to be Rogue getting that. Maple with one of their own, though, and it's all up to Z-Mart on the Thatcher. 7-2-1 currently, the hard carry for the team, apart from Heartsy. They have their job cut out for them. Jumps in, gets taken off. Second for Rope on the round. And finally, Fisher are hitting their strides, dare I say.
Well, 3 in a row, and all on separate sites. That's a little surprising from Fisher, considering they couldn't win CCTV cash with 2 hands tied behind the Muskingum backs, and finally that's turned around. Fisher now onto the attack. A little chaotic for them, their attacking sides. You usually see a lot of aggression from Maple and Beezer. The rest of the squad usually tries to play around hard breach and assistance, notably with drones, but that's not always the case. Yali can flex to seemingly any operator in the game, whereas Cappy, sometimes you see playing Thatcher, sometimes you see running in with Amaru.
Yeah. So, CCTV and Cash is going to be the first side picked by Muskingum on their defenses as well, and hopefully they go better than Fisher's initial 2 attempts at holding the same bomb site did go. Again, on defense so far, we see, well, I was going to say we see nothing special, but there we go. Look at the attacker repick. We're going to be seeing Sense, and I honestly haven't seen Sense much in competitive play. I know he hasn't really been popular. Do you have any specific thoughts on him, maybe?
Sense is an odd operator play. They're special in which they can affect a site because it's not a direct wall like sometimes you'd see with an Azami, for instance. Again, she's banned. But it forces Muskingum to move. That or utilize some defensive explosives. There are 6 explosives still available, by the way. 4 impacts, courtesy of Cliff and Heartsy, and 2 C4s, courtesy of Zmart and Lars. And those will break those ROU projectiles, or projectors, so that the light is no longer shown and the wall is pseudo-broken.
Yeah, well, that's true. I don't want to see how Sense pans out. I really hope Beezer makes it to the bomb site to be executed and shows off some interesting Sense threats. We'll see how that goes, though. And 40 seconds into the round, not much has happened yet. Fisher seem to be taking their time, setting up, droning out everything, opening up all the barricades they, possibly could need to. And, yeah.
There's not a whole lot going on for Fisher. They're slowing things down, and they don't want to play over-aggressive. It's similar to that of their defensive mindset. Selma's used, Impact Trick attempted, Heartsy trying their impact lineups, unfortunately does not land, so both Selmas will fully complete and open up crouchable holes or vaultable holes for that attacking side to get through. Pretty good start, if I do say so myself, for the Fisher attack, and they'll also try and activate a second prong of attack. Maple walking in through that gym window with assistance from Cappy from behind as they take Jacuzzi. Fisher now have so many different options in which to push the CCTV cache site. Muskingum really have to consolidate and figure out where their fallacies lie.
Yeah, half the round has passed by and no entry dash just yet. The closest is Daddy Lars as he's on about 50 HP. The Gemini Replicator goes in, spots a defender in construction, and now it's 2 attackers against 1 defender. First grenade gonna be coming out, but it doesn't connect just yet. Reserve just hidden there, gets the first kill. Can they make it 2? No, but it's actually help from Cash helping him out. Gali on about 50 HP, impacts being thrown her way as well, and Beezer gets one of his own. That's 4 versus 4 as Clip falls to his bullets. Nope, double for Beezer. Can he get 3? Barely, but nope. Senses smoke walls being deployed as the pace seems to be slowing down. 45 seconds left, and Lars playing patiently in garage. Beezer looking the right way, but no shots connected just yet. Heartbreach comes out, Reserve with a double on the round as Yali falls as well. And if I'm not mistaken, that was the Fuser as well.
It was, but it's still available at a bare minimum for this attacking side, and Robe dropping Reserve means construction's open once more. A C4 available for Z-Mart leaves them in a 1 versus 3. A first found across onto Beezer, looking for 2 more. Both, again, are on that construction side. The C4 is used and finds nothing but thin air. That means the cache site is available. Robe will walk through that hard breach rotate, of which they created prior, and just cleanly take away the kill. Fisher make it 5-2 and 4 in a row as Muskingum cannot tear away the defense nor now the offense.
Yeah, well, there we go. Finally, it really seems like Fisher, like I said, previous round, are picking up their pace, and it's great to see. I think we could compare them to an old card. It took them a while to get started, but once they have, you know, they show no signs of slowing down, and that's always great to see. Now I'm waiting on Muskingum's response, and it's nowhere to be found just yet. What can they do to salvage this whole map? 2 to 5 currently not a favorable position to be in.
No, the number one option is go to a different site. You're already down by 3 rounds, trying the exact same thing, probably not your best decision, while you already have to come back. So, current situation for them would be win this site and gym bedroom, and then possibly go back to CCTV cache and lose it again. That, again, would be nearly their best case scenario. Then they'd try, again, church arsenal, gym bedroom in that order, and try and send it to 6-6. The chaotic position that they really have to deal with is, can they tear Fisher away consistently enough on 2 different sites twice over in order to come back? Because that's really what has to happen, and with Fisher being as consistent as they are, and adaptable as they can be, I'm not liking your chances.
Yeah, I really like Muskingum's operators individually, but I want to see how they work together in cohesion. I'm a huge fan of Thunderbird, I'm a huge fan of Mira, but I don't know, we have Mira, Melusi, Capcan, Kate, Thunderbird. I struggle to see how they're gonna work in cohesion, if that makes sense. And I don't know, it seems like the pressure is getting to Muskingum at least a little bit, and Fisher, they seem to be fully ready to capitalize off of that pressure that they've created. They've won 4 rounds in a row now, and like I've said, they show no signs of slowing down. Also, look how easy it is. Just bring a sledge or bring a bug, and those hatches will open themselves up practically. You won't have to throw nades, you won't have to use heartbreak charges, and yes, I'm looking at you, Muskingum.
Bomb located by attackers.
The other note is the fact they bring the Twitch. And Beezer bringing that Twitch, something different I think for them, but still offers an availability for both utility-based play and just pure frag-based play, which I'm really a fan of for Beezer because not only smart, but also fairly efficient.
Poor
yeah,
Yali.
Not so lucky in terms of staying alive. C4 will land. Unfortunately, it's basically a giant sonar beacon that's breachable hockey puck deployer, I suppose you could call it. And Fisher already losing that opener, and Fuse not playing all that much of a part, as their can opener is also gone. That's really half of your hard breaches.
Well, also have the time in the round gone, and besides the Yali C4 that, nothing just yet. Fisher are taking this a little bit slower than they have in the previous round, which is not necessarily bad when push comes to shove in the last few seconds of the round, excuse me. You need to stay together, you need to stay composed, and you need to work as a team to get those kills, which can often be stressful. Meanwhile, the man count is evened out to 4-4 once again, but creating a lot of vertical pressure. Meanwhile, Beezer pushes up to third, and with the help of a Gemini replicator, takes out Hearty. Very, very well played, as now Fisher have the advantage once again. A push coming out from dirt with a grenade just as a cherry on top. In defense, they will be struggling. Nope, that's a great flank from Reserve. What a play there. Beezer low on HP, Maple down as well. It's essentially a 1v3. That's one for him. Can he pick up Maple? He goes for it, but there's so much vertical pressure. Z-Mart also playing this from above, so technically, the side is free. But
yeah, but they don't have to
and they make it work.
That is one issue. However, they have given away a decent bit of health, considering that those extra Kona stations were available. HP has been retrieved. C4 down, misses, and they may be able to long arm the diffuser. Maple finds one, and Beezer finds a follow-up. What a clean round from Beezer as a whole, actually finding both kills, swinging towards main stairs and the bathroom. Maple unable to find either, but it doesn't matter. Fisher now onto map point on Clubhouse to start, and a brief notion, they were down 2-1. They're now just casually winning 6-2.
Yeah, Beezer has just been a beast on those high rate of fire guns, be that, Twitch's F2, Mira's Vector. We've just seen them pull off so many clean shots with those, and they really haven't been hitting those on, I don't know, AUG with Wamai, for example, so I think Beezer just needs to stick to high rate of fire guns. It's working for them, and, if it ain't broke,
we'll fix it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Exactly.
bombs.
We just finish each other's
sentences.
Ah, perfect.
Wow.
I was really hoping you were to get that one.
Yeah. Well, John is in the past. It's Boxy and TTL now, apparently.
Yeah, L.
Goodbye,
John.
fellow.
He's busy casting SCS. Ugh.
Bozo down. Anyways, next up, and possibly the last bomb site held on this map, will once again be Church. Muskingum need to do better than they have in the previous round. They had such a great predisposition to win that round and almost even out the score count. It would have been 5-3, which is such a better position to be in than a 2-6. Reserve got such a nice double on the flank. That was Diffuser as well, which I failed to notice, at the time. But somehow they managed not to hold it. They had a good crossfire going on, but the timings were off, and they gave away Fisher a round that they desperately needed. So now there's the pressure against them is, increased exponentially, and it's definitely getting to Muskingum.
Brief note, by the way, for all of you curious. You remember James Madison and Shrine? Yeah, they lost in the semifinals. However, they're currently playing a best-of-3 third-place game on the twitch.tv/JMU esports stream, for all of you curious about how that one's going. It is currently 0-0. However, well, now JMU's on map point of Border, which is map 1 in that series. I don't know map 2 or 3. They're doing player POVs, but super curious to see how that one goes, because I know JMU's a fairly dominant squad. Bees are also giving away that Twitch drone to what was the previously set up. I don't think it has that much distance there, Beezer.
Wasn't it unlimited? Did they change it again? I know it was unlimited. Then they've changed it. And okay, because I know people, when it was first reworked like a year ago, people were doing like insane trick shots, throwing the drone and, just shooting stuff midair. But regardless, back to the round, 5v3 Clip finds a kill onto Beezer, and Yali has been taken down along with them. Heartbeat charge is going out. Grenade bounces slightly wrong, almost takes out Maple as they back up just at the last second. And if there's a round that Muskingum win, it's this one. 5 versus 3. Still 80 seconds to play with Reserve. Getting pretty aggressive. They're debating whether to go for the flank or not. And I do hope they end up going for another one, but Fisher will be ready for it this time, hopefully. Regardless, 5v3, that's something you want to find yourself in.
Maple walking up dirt, though, creating at least a different avenue of attack for this attacking side, at least giving them some semblance of control. Doesn't find an opening bit of engagement, but sees the head, will look to take the shot. This is directly on their head, by the way. Maple should be able to take the shot, and does indeed. First attempt misses, second one does indeed get there, and Clip is taken care of. Looking for a follow-up around the dirt door. There's 2 different avenues of attack here for Muskingum around that blue side, but they don't have a safe way to push forward. And with not a C4 in the general vicinity of the default plant position, there's no easy way to push in. A first kill for Robe, a second from that main door, and it's Heartsy and Reserve left alone. Reserve with the last bit of explosive utility is taken care of, and it's Heartsy left alone in a 1 versus 3. They'll look to walk in through blue, play through the mirror that was broken prior, now favoring this defensive side, and find a first kill. The second, however, not there. Cappy will shut it down, and Fisher take Clubhouse.
Well, that was an explosive end to a round, or rather a map that started off pretty slow, but again, ended so very dominantly for Fisher. And I was going to say, if you're the defender, if it's I think it was a 4v3 at that point, you really don't want to commit 2 of your players to looking dirt from blue. That was something that I wanted to point out, but couldn't in the heat of the moment. And it seems to be, Muskingum's biggest problem is just how they set up their players across the map, how they create those lines of sight, those crossfires, and it seems to be punishing them. And on the other hand, Fisher have been exceptional at that from what I've seen so far, and I really hope they keep it up. But Clubhouse, it went Fisher's way. Chalet is up next. Predictions for that, maybe.
I hate to say it again, but I'm sorry, Fisher's winning this. The odds
Fisher's
they
winning
lose
this?
Chalet up against a team they just beat on a map they have not played in at least 3 weeks, fairly low, but Muskingum could be secretly amazing at Chalet, and we have absolutely no idea. I'm not liking Muskingum's chances. There's obviously shots, and they have opportunities, but they need to make sure they take control of opportunities, because even with Cappy not finding a kill until the very last second, as she was 0-6 until the final kill, in which she went 1-6 through the entire first map of play, they still couldn't pick up more than 2 rounds, and I'm not liking how they can push off of that when push comes to shove and a second map.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. You spoke about Yali just now. It really seems like they died a lot early on, and it wasn't even their fault always. It was like, getting unlucky timing by a grenade, just walking past a doorway, getting shot down, and it was just a bunch of those, unlucky coincidences. And I really hope that they have a little bit more luck on their side going into map 2. But we'll see how that goes. You said Fisher's taking this. I probably agree with you, but then again, never say never. We've seen huger upsets before, so why not now?
Hey, we've seen an upset with Fisher themselves, albeit a different series and 12 days ago, but still opportunities for Muskingum to come back. We're going to take a little bit of a break. When we come back from the break, it is map 2. It is Chalet, and it's Fisher's map pick. They're first in this best of 5. We'll see if they can flex it into match point for the series when we return.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and just like that, another season of ECAC Esports regular season play has come to a close. Over the last 8 weeks, we saw a crazy amount of hype competition from some of the best collegiate esports has to offer, and as usual, you guys have me one last time to break it all down and to show you guys what we thought were some of the top plays this week. And honestly, guys, I don't have much more to say. Just check it out because I think we've got some really incredible clips here. Let's take a look. In our opening clip, it's Professor Dementium with a straight boot off the stage to kick things off for Bloomfield.
Got himself one. Kick back off stage though. But the air dodge is going to be that Bowser. He'll do it again, and he'll also bring himself that down smash so he gets quickly back before that Falcon's able to take any sort of advantage. But well, you're gone. The spikes come through. It's a clean kick to wrap things up, and well, he's got one. He's got one stock for his troubles.
Up next, the duel of Donkers and Robeast have some things to say with this beautiful 1-2 combo to close the door on Albany.
Hit the intersection and go straight up in the air for Robeast, who's going to work Central Missouri into the offense. Flip reset's a good one. The pass down to Donkers, and he finds the net. A 3-goal deficit in Game 3.
I gotta say, Curtis, it seems like after these two teams came out of Game 2, right? Again.
In our next play, who needs to be able to see your enemy when you can just take a educated guess?
Great 1-for-1 over towards Catwalk. There's still more where that came from. Myranium is next up, and he will take a couple too many fights. Solsta as well is going to be able to take a couple of fights, winning them both. It's 1v3, and Novacorium won't be able to do anything. Johnson, Wales.
At number 5, it's Saltonics with this huge flank onto Cole College to secure Temple of Anubis for his team.
Right now, it's got to be just destroying it straight up. Maybe of the Coalescence, maybe the Supercharger, but that Retire could just immediately rip through.
Here's that Riptire. It does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Nightbolt is pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with a triple off of that crucial Rocket Barrage, and that is all of them off the point.
Now it's down to Joker just to get the touch onto the point. Tracer.
Coming back to the Bloomfield versus Keen matchup, it was a clutch finish from Zenipu as he finishes off Brandon without dropping a single stock.
No, one more lease on life. We saw in life indeed for Brandon. Looking to hold the ledge, but a recovery from Zenipu. He says second time's the charm. He'll send him to the moon, and once again, Zenipu will not drop a stock.
Blast packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butter to cement the lead for Providence College.
Back roads around the high ground to try and avoid that as much as possible.
Oh my absolute days! Here was me looking for that Transcendence to counteract the grab, and no, it was just a big fat go button. In comes the pulse bomb, down goes SUNY Poly Wildcats.
Phil, I can't remember the last time I've seen.
Blast packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butter to cement the lead for Providence College.
Not much more. That tap can go a long way in the latter half, right? Now Retna bringing out that stimmy, trying to get the opportunity to move the team in forward. Okay, there's that showstopper I was thinking about. It looks like D-Nuns is going to have that show stopped. Sal, not particularly far behind, a 4v2. But really starting to wake up here on the race.
Yeah, wow, so impressive. And 4K there, just going straight through the entire team like a bulldozer. Will not stop until all are taken down.
And in our top play from the last week of regular season play, it is a nail-biter last-second goal that will keep you guessing until the very end.
Their own open, a little bit of high pass, you angle it in, but it's just off the top of the goalpost.
Top of the goalpost coming in deep. Matrix able to find something here. The demolition comes through. 7 seconds left for a true game win, but in overtime feeling incredibly likely. But tied out of a wide open goal. No! No! Orbital, the waffle iron has been flipped, and Farmingdale finds themselves up 4-3. 2 seconds left on the clock. The only hope for Louisville to win this out is with a kickoff goal. They cannot make a single mistake, or they will.
And with that, I mean, what more do you guys want me to say? It was a crazy week to wrap things up, but it's really just been a crazy season overall with the addition of Division A and what I personally think is some of the most competitive action here in collegiate esports. I mean, what a season, and there's only much more to come. With the playoffs starting on April 4th, you guys can expect to see a lot more action that will continue all throughout the month, and that will wrap up on the week of April 25th. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date on all of that, make sure you follow us on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or follow us on Twitch at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays, matches will be lighting off at 8 p.m. Eastern. On Wednesdays, it is going to be the doubleheader of Rocket League and Overwatch at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys are tuned in. And as for me and the rest of the crew behind the scenes that works on not only just the production, but these highlight videos for you guys, we just want to say thank you for joining us for what has been another incredible season. And we look forward to so much more that we're going to bring you guys in the next school year, in the fall and the spring and beyond. We've got a lot of great things coming, so stick around, don't go anywhere. Come back right here to this channel, to this Twitter, to this Twitch, to this YouTube, wherever it is you see this. Stay tuned because even more is on the way. Thank you guys once again. I've been KTAD. It's been a wonderful season, and we'll see you next time.
Well, the first map goes the way of Fisher College Falcons in a 7-2 fashion, no less, albeit not as expected, but still par for the course if you're on the Fisher side. I'm Tom Delight, joined alongside me here is Boxy for our best of 5 ECAC Grand Finals. And Boxy, Fisher with map 1 in their favor, map 2 is their pick. What are they looking like into Chalet?
I mean, so Clubhouse was, 7-2, and Fisher took a while to get started. They've lost the first 2 out of 3 rounds, but then they just ended up leaving Muskingum in the dust. There was a 7-2 in the end. They won 6 in a row, and they won them very dominantly. Even the rounds that Muskingum should have in their pocket theoretically, Fisher found a way to claw their way back and win well. So not looking great for Muskingum, but what do you know? Maybe these 5 minutes that we've had in between of a break, maybe that was enough. Maybe they've had a talk, a mental reset, and all the pressure that they felt during Moving on to the operator bans, though. It's going to be Osa, which is a repeat of bans from Clubhouse, but it's Flores this time instead of, I believe it was Habana.
Yeah. And Flores with the band there. Into Valkyrie, not too surprising. I can't say Habana staying unbanned through this map surprises me by any means. Actually, I can definitely say it absolutely doesn't surprise me because it's Habana and this is Chalet. All the bans about par for the course. I have to say I like the flex from Muskingum, allowing Azami in, but not allowing Mira through because Beezer was so good on the Mira. However, letting Fisher's defense play Azami could return a little bit less than I think they're hoping for. Zmart picking up the Alibi, for all of you unfamiliar. Alibi's MX4 Storm has had the 1.5 taken away. So all of you aggressive defensive spawn peekers, you've lost a weapon in which you can do so, at least with a long range.
Yep. And I'm super curious to see Azami played in this matchup because she hasn't been banned this time around. She hasn't been picked either going into round 1, but you can bet she's going to be brought out at some point on Chalet. And the defensive lineup, nothing too interesting. We do see the Goyo and the Frost at the same time. And let's see how that plays out. On attack, we have a repick from Habana onto Ace, from Nomad onto Zero briefly, but then again onto Nomad, Iana, Ash, and /2 Thatcher. So again, nothing super surprising, very, very, nothing daring, and that's probably how you want to start your series, especially if you're, Muskingum down a whole map. But we'll see if they can make it work, maybe here on the top 4 of Chalet in round 1.
I do like the decision to bring in the Vulcan canisters. They're actually defending kitchen dining to open things up. And the Vulcan canisters for this are looking for a little bit more of that top floor hold. 2 of them, by the way, expired on that top floor, possibly to delay. And you can see Muskingum's defense, it's significantly more extended than Fisher's was all the way back on map 1. And I can't say I'm too surprised. Chalet, of course, playing significantly more into verticality. It's kind of required. Speaking of verticality... Almost a kill! Oh no, Reserve just died to the Vulcan canister of what Beezer broke. Ever so poetic. Nice opening kill, Beezer.
Yeah, we had a lengthy discussion on Clubhouse about, defending very close together, hunkered down style, or roaming, spreading out, extending. And while Fisher preferred to go for the former, Muskingum chose the latter. And so far, it hasn't been working now. Reserve died without dealing any true damage. No real utility has been wasted by the attackers yet either. And Zmart is now playing Solarium all alone. Could he push from below? Could he push from above? He knows there's people rappelling on the window. Nate's coming out, and they get out unscratched, but just barely so. Nice shots coming out vertical across 2 floors, but none connect as of yet. A few free fires with the MX Storm as well, but they're just trying to waste time.
I like the time wasting, but it's really not working in their favor. The down comes through, and Zmart, not safe to be retrieved, should not survive the rest of this round, and the swing there from Robe, just making sure that they don't die to Zmart, of whom will actually be naded from below, just for good measure. A little bit of overkill by that attacking side. But looking at Fisher, they're in such a good position. They have outside sight control. Almost the entirety of the top floor is cleared out with regards to Piano, of which they really haven't even worried about yet, and are still currently looking in the general direction of. Clip finally walking forward, will look to take Maple out. As soon as Maple looks away, they'll find the kill and back away, right back to the safety of the Piano backside. Walking up that ladder is Robe, but Robe won't win the fight. Instead, will break the Vulcan canister, and Clip, on just 1 HP, will have to back away.
Vertical pressure being open there. The hedge goes boom as well. 45 seconds left. And Fisher, they're setting up for an attack. They're in a great position. Still flashbang. Still a grenade to be used as well. And, well, that's just the position you want to find yourself in. He's drawn up the top floor, do their due diligence, and Heartsy actually evens out the man count, and his Beezer falls. But again, keep in mind, Clip is on just 1 HP. A single bullet will put him out of contention for the round. Yali, a few shots there, but none connect. In 20 seconds, the time is ticking out. The 6th man for the defenders is usually the time, and we've seen that plenty times on Clubhouse. Fisher starts dropping down, flashes chucked, but not actually thrown out. Drop gets killed. Rope, though, on the refrag. It's 2v2 with just 5 seconds left. He goes inside. That's a double for him, and now it's all up to Heartsy, who's not even on the same floor as the bomb is. The plant goes down at the last second, but Robe needs to defend it now, and he's looking the wrong way currently. Heartsy starts pushing in, gets the planter. Last second is Cappy Pauls, and the first round goes to the defenders. Just barely.
The funniest part is, if you're turned around or even further in the corner, of which is actually a safe spot from any angle, that's a plant and most likely a Fisher round win. Fairly clean comeback there from Muskingum, even losing the top floor fairly early. The aggression came through and threw off Fisher's attack, forced them to waste more and more time to try and clear the top floor, and then inevitably when they did not and could not, they had to aggress onto the site with the intonation that there could be a flank later on. And that probably cost them the round. Now, to Bar Gaming, the other first floor site, favored over top of the top floor nor bottom by Muskingum, understandably so. They both suck, by the way. How does Fisher respond? How do they flex their attack? Because, again, the top floor still needs to be taken. This time, a little less so, because it's really just library and mezzanine that need to be dropped away.
I really do want to criticize Muskingum a little bit. Yeah, they ended up winning round 1 by the skin on their teeth, but if you're going to put so much stock into top floor, so much utility, so much manpower, you really need to waste more than just, you know, the first minute and 20 seconds before most of your forces diminished on the top. It's fine having 3-boat playing up above, going for those crossfires, the whole shebang, but you need to last longer than you have, and you've only won based off of time and denying a plant at the last second because all the attackers turned the wrong way. And I hope to see better from Muskingum in round 2 and onwards.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Lars trying to play peekaboo with a drone hole. I don't know about the decision on that one. Robe uses half a magazine to try and take out a default camera. And after all is said and done, and a decent bit of resources are expended by this attack, they do at least gain some semblance of an entrance towards the top floor. Reserve is the only one that can contend with this. Zmart, around the library highway, not trying to play too aggressive, and understandably so. Reserve will at least gather the fact that they're trying to push this general direction and play a pixel angle towards the library double window, but not actually get over aggressive, nor expend any of their utility. Well-timed flashbang forward, and finally some utility is indeed sent forward. A nade put through as well. That one, a little bit too far left, however, will not land, and Reserve still just trying to play aggressive, and understandably so. They need to be able to find something here, or back away, and they'll back away, safely so, as they find a timing. Robe not looking the right way at the correct time.
Can we just take a look at the defender's utility real quick? A pair of impacts, that's fine, but then 2 deployable cameras and 2 deployable shields. So very, very little plan denial besides the smoke, and we've seen smoke play uber aggressively, meaning that if they lose their life, there's just nothing you can do to really deny the plan. No C4s, no nothing. I'm not a huge fan of that, and I really hope it works out for Muskingum, but it's hard to root for them at this point.
Maple trying to clear out that shield, and a ping towards Zmart. They know where the Wamai is, and they're aware that footholes are created towards the mezzanine double window. Yali finds the opener. The smoke is the first one to fall on the fireplace stairs, from below no less, courtesy of that of the Japanese hard breacher. Surprising kill and a surprising return, but just like that, it's a refrag elsewhere. Maple now down the library stairs, trying to find a return kill of their own. A nade prep towards Mudroom, perfectly timed, perfectly found. Clip is dropped, Muskingum down to 2, and both fairly far removed from one another.
Again, no plan denial either to help out Muskingum. Robe gets 1, making it a 4 versus 1 as Zmart falls as well. Cappy planting, but that's all they can do. And there we go. Beezer finds the last one. a clean round for Fisher in a dominating fashion once again.
Question now remains, how does Muskingum respond? Fisher, the flexibility, not only to clear out that top floor roam, but find an opportunity to just send it onto the site. Muskingum was trying to flex too much towards Fisher's attack, and because of that, it gave Fisher the opportunity to switch it up and aggress forward. The flexibility of the Falcons works out once more for them. Now the decision, master bedroom and office for the defensive side, rather than that of Snowmobile Garage as their tertiary bomb site. Can't say I'm too surprised. It is Muskingum, who don't like to favor too much of that top floor hold, top floor being vertical rather than top floor itself. And Fisher, how do they flex their own composition? Because I think they were expecting bar gaming. You'll probably see a few attacker repicks in the next few seconds.
We'll see how that ends up going, but I was gonna say Muskingum, they seemed very weak to say the least, holding the top floor when they were defending kitchen, and hopefully it goes better for them when they're actually defending top floor itself. Fisher on their top floor take were just so dominant, and I hope they can replicate it in the future. But like you mentioned, there's 2 free picks coming out off of Habana onto Ace for Yali. Actually make that 4 now. 3 off of Yana onto Yana, and then onto Ash and Thatcher as well. I failed to see the operators that were switched off of. But you called it, 4 out of 5 switched, or rather 3 plus Yana. Minus Yana plus Yana. Minus Lexing plus Lexing.
I love the closet T1 joke there. That is high quality R6 joking. These are, by the way, prepping the exact same breach charge that actually gave them the kill to open up the map. That was courtesy of a Vulcan canister that was broken by the explosive, by the way, for all of you curious. But still playing vertical towards the Solarium stairs. I do think this will be noted by Muskingum. I don't know if this will be read, and it'll actually be completely countered nor contended with. Clip, however, will find that drone and still look to play around information. Zmart, oh my goodness, Zmart may just walk straight down Solarium stairs. Luckily, Beezer's already backed off of it, and now backing out to try and contend with reserve inside a wine cellar. The Mozzie so far removed from the site that Beezer wasn't even expecting it, and the opener goes away of Muskingum.
Yeah, you could tell Beezer was just taken off of their guard there. Like, they aimed perfectly at the Mozzie, but they didn't expect them there, so they didn't shoot. Like, perfect swing, forgot to press mouse 1. Regardless, Maple will try pushing out the Mozzie. Yali gets the kill onto reserve, and, well, that's a clean refrag. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. 4v4, bunch of utility on both sides, but make that a 4v3 as Maple gets a second one. Zmart will take down Maple, and again, it's just back and forth between the teams as the time starts running out.
Grades usually favor the attacking side, but because Fisher's taken so long to find them, wait a second, Yali through 2 different ceilings will be able to find a refrag onto Zmart, who was up in Solarium, by the way. I thought they were safe from that hole. Apparently, not so much. Never safe when Yali's in the server, apparently. Cappy, looking to play aggressive on this master bedroom double window, trying to add a second avenue of attack for the Fisher Falcons and throw off Muskingum. EMP prepped, really won't do all that much. At most will clear out that mute jammer, and I think it actually missed, so the second attempt will have to be there. Now, luckily, with the 5-meter diameter, it'll be perfectly fine to clear out what was put down. Large, by the way, who mute himself, actually with a C4 in hand, and now the last one alive. A 1 versus 3 will find the first onto Yali, not expecting the whereabouts of the mute inside of that close closet, but they know the mute's still in there. With Cappy having the cutoff behind, Rogue just has to quickly clear this. We'll drop an EMP to make sure the Banshee will play no further part in the round and can look to get aggressive. However, Shotgun, the second attempt though, not expecting Cappy to be outside. The flashbangs from behind indicating she was around piano. It was not the case, and Fisher win the top floor and now have back-to-back round wins to take the lead.
You know, gotta give it to Muskingum. They still ended up losing it, and we're finding ourselves in a repeat of game 1, score-wise at least, or map 1. But Muskingum, they looked way more solid. It was a 1v3 in the end, and Mute tried clutching it out, almost succeeding in that. But it was still a way closer round than I expected out of Muskingum from what I've seen, and gotta give them props where, you know, gotta give credit where credit is due. So, hopefully we get a few more closer rounds and a few more Muskingum W's as well. This interesting, because if this is going to be a clean sweep once again, 7-2 maybe, then we can all just go to bed.
3-0 question mark? Fisher with back-to-back best of 5 sweeps. Actually, 3 consecutive on a technicality, because the semifinals of this league, the grand finals of NECC, and now the grand finals here. If they find 3 consecutive 3-0 sweeps, I wouldn't say they're the #1 team in collegiate, because there have been teams to drop them away, but they're starting to contend up there. Maybe becoming the powerhouse Purdue used to be.
Yeah, just in the scope of ECAC, Fisher has lost twice in the regular group stages. Once to GVSU in week 6, which was a 2-1 for, well, GVSU. And the second time they've lost was actually in week 4 versus Muskingum. So they've met up before and Muskingum came out on top. But so far it doesn't look like it's going to be a repeat of that situation because Fisher have been the better team clearly. And Muskingum, they still have some time to work with. They still have a few maps to go, but something needs to change on their end if they want to contend Fisher for the title of champions of ECAC Season 1.
All of you not from Michigan and wondering where the heck is Grand Valley State, it is in Allendale, Michigan. So
okay, thank you.
Go check it out because I know a lot of people not too familiar.
Okay,
Beezer, how in the world do you find that kill? I can barely flex through 2 different floors. A carbon copy of Yali's kill across in the previous round onto Zmart, now dropped on towards reserve.
Oh,
just like
God.
that. Fisher, 2 opening kills. Thank you, Big Bad Beezer.
That was great, and I think in these first 4 rounds, I've seen more double floor vertical action than I have in my entire career on R6 before. So that's, that says something. I've been around for a long time. I'm old.
The B in Boxy actually stands for boomer.
Well, I'm only 21, man. Not yet. But I guess compared to you, I am a boomer. Are you even 18 yet? Have you had your birthday
I am
this
18.
year?
I turned 19 in a month.
Oh, okay, so you're a January kid. Well, regardless, you're still a kid. And Clip gets a kill onto Maple, who has put themselves low on HP with their own grenade, if I'm not mistaken, earlier in the round. And just a minute left. Vertical pressure being created once again. Hatch open and drop. Rope still above. Leading openings with the Saber. Trying to push defenders out of their positions. Will they be successful? Quite possibly. Nate pulled, Nate thrown, but it doesn't connect. Sadly, Hartley, though, has to move out of position, and now the glue canisters are being popped. 50 seconds left. Attackers have so much time to work with, and there's also quite a amount of utility they have in their pocket. 3 flashes, a grenade, 3 charges being deployed as I speak, and also drones you can hear in the background. So, great utility management from Fisher.
Not only that, but they have a man advantage, and 2 players from Muskingum are on the far side of the map. Lars has at least seen 1 player, but Yali actually swinging to find the kill in return. Heartsy playing through the breach, and a foothole no less will find the head of Yali across through 2 different walls and a doorway. However, they still don't have site control, and because of that, the site now has a diffuser planted on it. Beezer watching that rotate up West Main, now waiting for the walk forward courtesy of Clip. I don't think that German operators long for this world. Heartsy already fairly low. Clip now dead as Beezer finds a 3K, and it's down to the Canadian Frost in a 1 versus 3. A 9mm in hand, sure, will find 1, but Cappy with the ARX with the return, and Fisher now with their 3rd consecutive attacking round, now giving them a convincing first half lead.
Okay, 2 things to note there. First of all, I just gotta give props to Yali. She's been relatively quiet on game 1, like we said, often the opening death. But going into, onto Chalet, they've been doing so much better, so props to them on that. Yes, they've been stuck on the support role. They've been the Thatcher, the Thermite. You don't expect them to get kills necessarily, but still, it's nice to see them put up those numbers. And, well, I said Thatcher, Thermite, now they're on Hibana and Ace as well. Second thing to take away is Muskingum's lack of plant denial in the previous round as well. And again, the plant went down. They had nothing to deny. When Burr was already dead, the canisters weren't set into position to deny the plant, and that's pretty much all you had. No other C4s either. This time around, we have 2 C4s brought as well as a smoke, so that's a step in the right direction, but you still need to keep your players with the C4s and the smokes alive long enough for them to utilize them, and that's the second thing that Muskingum has struggled with, and hopefully they can improve upon that in the rest of these rounds on their defensive half of Chalet.
10 seconds left.
Now, Fisher need to be able to flex something even further forward. Muskingum do have the difference to bring in. They will play all 4 sites of Chalet. One of the few teams to actually do so. A lot of times you see teams choose 3 sites and stick with those 3 sites, no matter how well or poorly they do indeed go. Muskingum, not so much. They decide, if it's not working, we'll go to something else. Not employing the Binksism, as we like to bring up earlier. Maple not playing verticality as the Ion this time around. And Beezer, surprisingly, going on the Sens again. How do we feel about the Sens? I know we brought it up in the previous map. Of course, weaponry not too bad. I'm really a fan of the POF9, but the ROU can always be a point of contention. Everybody hates or everybody loves. It really just depends on either the day or who's playing them.
Yeah, we've seen Sens brought out in 2 rounds, if I'm not mistaken, on Clubhouse, and it was Beezer on Sens both times. We've only seen their smoke wall deployed once, if I'm not mistaken, because the other time they died pretty early on. So a very, very small sample size, but I'm not opposed to seeing Fisher experiment with Sens, especially because they are so far up ahead. You know, it's only 3-1. In the scope of this map, but you got to keep in mind they've already won Clubhouse, they're already a whole point ahead, and Muskingum, they don't seem to be doing too hard on their defense. So why not experiment a little bit, try out those sense threats. If it works, it works. If not, you can still put more, tried and true operators and get your wins that way. Maple gets a double entry though, and yeah, go ahead.
So they just tried to throw impacts at the Selmas and instead impacted out their own Rotilla Electroclaw and their own Kiba barrier. Now, speaking of an impact, there's a nade. Goes right by reserve, but Bees are not so much. The POF9 now turning into 1, a 3k for Maple before they fell, but Heartsy now left alone. In a 1v3.5, Bees are now resurrected. It'll be a 1 versus 4 as secured for the attacking side. Bees are now finally finished off, but the ROU was put down prior to their death, and the kill finally found for Fisher. 4 rounds for the Falcons as they cannot escape.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I really hoped we'd see more of Sens because we were talking about them, throughout the round. And it was just such a sweep from Fisher that we didn't get to see Sens in their full effect. Yes, they've deployed a smoke, but it was already a 2v5 or 2v4 by that point. And, you're winning a 2v4. Usually, it wasn't because of Sens. They just happened to be there at the same time.
I like it. I'm a fan of the Sens, have to say.
Yeah.
Kitchen Dining, final sight of the first half from Muskingum, going back to what has at least worked one time in the past, albeit narrowly, but worked nonetheless. By the way, the only round that Muskingum has won thus far, on a technicality, has been based off of time. Fisher were planting the diffuser in the close corner outside of the kitchen, inside of the dining room itself, however was killed, with the protection not particularly being there, and because it was being planted post the 0-second timer being active, the round ended shortly thereafter. So it was a time-based round win, but off the back of a kill, as ironic as that seems. Muskingum hasn't had the greatest of luck since then.
Yeah, speaking of round 1 being ironic, it's funny to me that, I keep raving and raging about how there's no plan denial coming out from Muskingum's operator picks, but the one round they have won was off of plan denial via a kill. Imagine what they could do if they actually had some more actual gadgetary plan denial. That'd be crazy, man.
I think the issue is the fact that they have plan denial, they just don't have opportunities to use them. Lars has had a C4 in almost every round, has yet to find a kill to deny a defuse.
Gotta stay alive long enough to do that.
Yeah, I was saying, it's such an odd position for them to be in because you still want to find kills, but at the same time, you want to have some efficacy around your utility. Maple, by the way, looking to just play active with a regular gun in hand towards what seems like a broken mirror hole is just a head hole breach. But Fisher's just going to drone it out, find the information, and either back away or throw a nade in. I think it's going to be the latter. There it goes. Maple already finds the opener. Clip is blown to bits.
Are you Nostradamus? How did you predict that? Crazy, man. How did you do that?
I am omniscient.
Oh god. Okay, well tell me who's winning this and what's the scoreline gonna be?
Fisher 7.
Am I gonna hit the Powerball in my life?
Maybe.
Okay, well,
No, well, you have to come to the United States for that one.
No, you can just ship me a ticket. To Slovakia, along with some sour patches. But EMP's coming out, so is the exothermic charge. Yali breaches the wall. It's gonna be Maestro trying to deny it, drops down. Whether it was accidental or on purpose, I'm not sure. But the side could be Fisher's for the taking. It's only Lars there to contest it. And keep in mind, they have the SMG in hand. Great weapon up close, but it takes a lot of skill to control it at range. And it also has a very high ROF and a very, very small magazine size. So not optimal for multiple engagements. Luckily, there's also a shotgun to back it up and use arsenal. Get enough track though, 55 seconds. Explosions are happening everywhere. Maple about to push into breach. A few pre-fires coming out. None connecting. Hardseat on the other end of those shots, trying to deny with just a few quick peeks, and none connect either.
No, it's not looking great for Muskingum, as a 5-1 half seems significantly more than likely. Yali does die through the smoke as the spray from that LMG lands. Maple takes 2 different shots from the SMG-11. However, the C4 no longer being available means that they're safe behind the bomb chassis. The spray lands, Maple now taken care of. At a bare minimum, they've denied the defuse. Sam Fisher finds a return, that being Cappy on the 0, but the diffuser can be retrieved, and there's no flank set up to try and deny this plant a second time around. Robe, long range, will deny a Heartsea on the swing forward, and Beezer, the follow-up, gives Fisher 5 out of 6 rounds in the first half, 83.3% win rate for the attacking side.
Oh, you're great at numbers. You should pick my Powerball combination.
I was thinking about it, but, you know, you just have to go 6, 9...
Yeah, I'm writing them down.
42,
Keep them coming. 6, 9,
42,
okay, 42,
10.
yeah? 10?
And I've got nothing else, yeah.
Okay, well, keep pondering those, okay? I need a few more. Speaking of needing a few more, Muskingum need a few more rounds under their belt. Otherwise, it's going to be a very, very stale... Dare I say stale? F3?
Well, it wouldn't be stale. It would just be down to Muskingum to win or go home. And map 3s like that are really boring because it's Fisher with very little risk, and Muskingum basically needing all the reward.
And speaking of, you know, no risk, map 3 is also Oregon, so like no crazy upsets and surprises. Oh, no. Yeah.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Seems like whoever's writing the script got lazy. Used all the tropes and cliches.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, that's unfortunate. I'm really disappointed in Fisher then, not good at giving us a better map 3. Actually, that would technically be on Muskingum, because they picked map 1 and 3, so blame Muskingum for not having it. So.
Yeah, but Fisher banned Sky and Bank, so if you wanted to go for an interesting map, you know, that's on Fisher. MU banned Border and Cafe, both of which are tired in my opinion, especially Cafe. Border is fine.
I would say the Bank and Cafe bans aren't my worst thing. Border and Sky being banned, I think I'm upset about. Bank I saw a couple times, so I'm relatively impartial.
Yeah.
Anywho, into our first round of the second half. Fisher's on the defensive side, by the way, for all of you who have not noticed that one just yet. Vulcan canisters put down by Maple. One of them was on the main garage wall and has now been taken out. Z-Mart with the opener. Beezer dropped through the floor by the fireplace window while standing in mezzanine. That's a mouthful, and a little chaotic there for Beezer. Robe somehow also doesn't find the kill into reserve. Didn't have that one on my bingo card. Robe missing the easiest of opportunities.
With the 416C, nonetheless, one of the better guns in the game, and you can't afford to make mistakes like that. This could have been a very good equalizing kill, you know, put Fisher back on an even standing with Muskingum, but nope, you missed those shots. So, that could come back and bite you later on in the round. A few drones being denied by Cappy there, and keep in mind there's also someone on the Solarian camera, meaning that she has at least some support coming out from her teammates. Maple playing down below and in kitchen, just having a pre-fire pissing contest with one of the attackers, but nothing comes out of it just yet. Robe still playing on those stairs, and Lionscan goes out. Meanwhile, Lars gets a kill onto Cappy, making it a 5v3, but make that a 4 as Maple finally gets a kill for Fisher. Clip taken out early on, no more Lion scans, and, well, 1 minute left.
I don't know if Heartsy's going to be retrieved. Lars seemingly will get in towards Mudroom, and Heartsy will actually be picked up. But Heartsy and Lars have a combined 55 HP or so. Reserve isn't all that much healthier than the two of them, at about 70, give or take. And Muskingum, yeah, have 4 players, but only one of them's in the neighborhood of full HP, much less actually at that margin. Maple, about to get aggressive in towards 45, wants to do so, was taking the fight with Heartsy, who I'll remind you is low, and very lucky to be alive as of right now. A second time just the same. Maple, those pot shots just narrowly missing, and now still looking for the opportunity. Finally finds it. 3 versus 3.
Drops down the side, playing it safe as well, and keep in mind only 20 seconds left, which means Muskingum is under pressure to actually start pulling off their execute as well. Reserves makes it to the hatch, but the Goyo is nowhere to be found anymore. Speaking of Goyo, takes a lot of damage. Nate comes out, narrowly misses, and Maple deals a lot of damage in return. Later Lars needs to push in with the diffuser, try and go for the blind as their teammates cover, but no, they get taken down. Reserve with one of their own. It's 2v2, 3 seconds left. Diffuser not in hand, and it's going to be a Fisher round purely off of time as we get onto map point, which could eventually very quickly lead us to serious map.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not a fan of that attack from Muskingum. The overall essence of it wasn't bad. Clearing out the top floor, sure. Trying to progress onto the site, yeah. But the time in which they actually gave themselves to do so, not the greatest. They didn't actually enter the site itself until 10 seconds were left on that clock. They had absolutely no support for their lone diffuser carrier, who walked willy-nilly through the garage rotate and was freely seen from construction slash connector. That's the word.
Connector, yeah.
And Muskingum just didn't have any support there for him. One was walking down Fireplace Stairs, but that was 4 seconds removed. The other through Blue, that was an extra 6 seconds. So at a bare minimum, your other 2 players would have been there when there was still 2 seconds left of the defuse plant, and Fisher could have encircled with little to no risk.
Also gotta give a little bit of credit to Maple there on the Goyo. Like, they were holding their own in kitchen very well, or very solidly. Then when they got the second kill, they also need to fall back to side with only 25 seconds left on the clock to try and help their teammates defend from inside of the side. It's super easy to get a little bit greedy, a little bit cocky there, and go like, you know, I'm gonna go for another kill. I already got 2, but nope, not Maple. They just dropped down back to side, did what was best for the team, and it ended up paying off. So props on that one. Your numbers, man. What are the odds that we're getting a Frostmat kill this round?
I'm not even going to give you odds. It's 100%. It's going to happen. Anytime there's seemingly a Frost without prior essence of one for a team, especially with Muskingum, with so many things to worry about, down 5 rounds, down a map, about to be down 2, the odds that at least there's a Frost down are fairly high. The Frost kill, maybe not so likely, or Frost mat kill, I suppose. And the issue is that when you break those barricades, the debris actually falls on top of a frost mat. Now, client-side debris does exist, so at a bare minimum, there's a possibility it doesn't directly land there, but more often than not, it does for just about everybody's client, and that could be an issue, especially with Yali now trying to throw them off, making them focus around towards mezzanine. They could walk through any of the 3 windows, 2 towards library, 1 towards the mezzanine double, and worry too much about what's around them rather than what's under them, and die because of it.
Okay, well, we'll see how that goes. If it happens, then I'll trust you with my Powerball combination. But Lion Scan comes out, and nothing else has happened just yet. A few Claymores being set down. And again, I'm going to complain about this. No plant denial besides the smoke. Not a huge fan of it. But then again, Rope has been good at staying alive, so I'll give Fisher a pass for that. And they're also 5 rounds ahead, so there is that. Beezer in a shooting contest there with one of the attackers, but not going to just yet another Lion Scan. Beezer moves between his red thing, but he gets the kill regardless. Reserve taken out. What are you doing? My guy, Heartsy taken out as well, as Maple gets 2, maybe not a Frostbite kill, but make that 3. It's a triple. Oh no, he falls down, and what a way to end Chalet. Was that on purpose? That must have been on purpose.
I really hope so, because that is actually more rare than Frostmat downs or kills. Quality content, courtesy of Muskingum and Fisher College, up 2-0. Through 2 maps. I said it was going to be 3-0 or 3-2 for Fisher. I was indicating the fact they would win the first 2 maps regardless. That has now happened. But it's down to them, A, closing out the series, and B, Muskingum trying to come back. Because they really haven't had all that much of an opportunity to do so. Fisher College have given away 3 rounds in 2 maps.
Yeah, definitely not a great sign for Muskingum. But then again, if you look at their semifinals match versus JMU, again, it was a 3-2. And Muskingum only won their final 2 maps. If it was a best of 3, they would have lost it. But, they won because it was a best of 5. So maybe there's still some stock to be put into late series Muskingum. But again, they have their job cut out for them. And I don't know. I've said this a few times. Something needs to change if we want to see maps 4 and potentially 5.
Well, map 3 is a guarantee for Fisher College. This is one of 6 grand finals they're taking place in the ECAC tournament between Rainbow Six Siege, Super Smash Bros., Valorant, Rocket League, and Overwatch 2. So one of 5, actually, because I know how to do math. League of Legends, I believe, is to be determined, but less than likely as of right now. Hopefully it goes well for them over in that game, but here they're already looking fairly strong. A 3rd map on the horizon. We'll see if Oregon goes the way of Fisher, as has Chalet and Clubhouse. Will the sweep come through, or will the reverse start up for Muskingum? We'll see when we come back.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big.
That's so cute. UCF, and it's really cute. I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it. No, we got this. We got it. Go Knights, charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him.
Come on. Let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird. Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows. We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day 1 of the tournament, but instead we're going to have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in grand finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds, maybe. What was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm going to start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm going to go ahead and take that as a yes.
Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down.
What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it. I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they are up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilins. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content.
Hello, hello, hello. Happy New Year's, everyone, and welcome back to the ECAC Esports channel. As always, my name is Kyler K-Tad Tando, and I once again have the privilege of introducing you all to some of the best collegiate esports plays. Now, I know when we left off last year, I teased a little bit about some big news on the horizon, but that news is finally ready to break. Now, this year, in partnership with CSMG and their newly launched Esports U network, we will now be able to bring you guys double the amount of ECAC matches. So, with double the matches comes double the highlights. And with that said, I mean, obviously, right, do the math here. It means that we get to take this series of videos to a weekly top 8 instead of just the top 4 like we did in the past. But anyways, that's enough out of me. I'm sure you guys are ready for some hype plays and crazy moments. So without further ado, here you go. In our season opening clip, we have Ghost and Nox with the devastating 1-2 combo that just breaks SLU at the knees. Or is it boosters?
Can't fall through. Nice bounce, but a nice goal! Right past the defender. Ox makes it look easy.
I'm so surprised because I couldn't.
At number 7, Rawfam pounds his chest and decrees that he is the strongest in the jungle with this sick 3K to flip the point.
The arms and keeps everyone alive through that. Amplification Matrix came through, but we didn't get the same benefit that we saw last time with the Amplified Fire Strike. Instead is Angry Monkey time from a fan with a 3K. Call that the Primal Blade.
As our first Smash play of the year, it's the clean 9 stock from Hydra to lock down New Jersey City's 2-0 win against Husson.
As they go for that kill confirm again, it's not going to connect this time, but there it is, just waiting on the platform for the spike, and JCU cleaning up in their signature style. Hydra leading the charge all the way home.
Next up, it's every shorty player's dream, and what's going to be a nightmare for University at Albany.
Up close and personal. This is the one player who's got a chance with his read. How about timing here? So step forward now into the angle. Certainly good for one.
Yikes.
There's the one. No one's reswung. He's reloaded. This never happens to a shorty player. Nebula's up now.
Fisher College give themselves the availability for a reverse sweep. However, Muskingum need to start the reverse sweep in order to give it away and take it back. I'm Time to Light. That right there is Boxy, and map 3's Oregon. It is Muskingum's map pick, but at the same time, it's Oregon. Everybody and their mothers played this map day in and day out for the last 7 years.
if we see a comeback here for Muskingum, if we see a reverse sweep happen in this ECAC Season 1 Grand Finals best of 5, that's a mouthful. I think it's going to be a more interesting reverse sweep than SI 2018. It's not happening, but if it were to happen, it'd be the best reverse sweep since, SI 2018. That was an epic match. That was one of the first
are you going
R6
to SI?
matches I've seen. No, I don't think so. At the time when like SI is happening, I'm boot camping with my competitive dance team with my kids that I teach. So we'll see. Maybe. Well, I kind of wanted to go to the EU major, didn't end up happening, and I can't wait for the next one. Maybe I get flown out there. We'll see. For what. But
Imagine
Oregon, best of 5, 2-0 for Fisher. What can Muskingum do? Salvage this, at least a map. Even if you lose 3-1, that's exponentially better than, going out 3-0 in the finals, especially if you were that first placing team in the group stages, top seeder in the qualifiers. Going out 0-3, not what you want to do. Fisher, on the other hand, like we said, came second, only lost once to MU and once to GVS, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, haven't dropped a single map throughout playoffs, and that includes our best of 5 grand finals and best of 5 semifinals.
Yeah, it's not looking all that good for Muskingum coming into our third map of play. Fisher College has yet to have a series that goes longer than the bare minimum since November. That's how long it's been, by the way, since they had a third map in a best of 3 or a 4th/5th in a best of 5. It has been 2 or 3-0 on a consistent basis for the Falcons. They're looking to make it 3-0 here and close out the ECAC fall semester with a bang. And a few of them, considering how many nade kills they've picked up, and even a Vulcan canister kill. Well, they were on the attacking side, by the way, as ironic as that one sounds.
We said since November, and that may not sound impressive to someone since we're only, on the 13th, or well, actually you guys are still on the 12th of December, but then looking back at what we've spoken about going into maps 1 and 2, this is Fisher's third, if I'm not mistaken, grand final,
fourth series
final in this
fourth series,
12 days. Yeah. Oh, fourth series, second final.
Yeah.
So, that's huge. That's 4 best of 5s, or 3 best. Wait, what am I saying? That's 4 best of 5s, one every 3 days. Excuse me, and that's just a lot of siege.
Yeah, they've played a whole lot of Siege. They have now run into their third best of 5 in this month. The first one they have lost was a best of 3. That was the NACE Open premiere on December 1st. But since then, they've played exclusively best of 5s, and they've won exclusively in those best of 5s. You had to drop a map. Against Shrine, it was 2 7-0s. Here against Muskingum, it was a 7-0, or a 7-1 and a 7-2. And then in the NECC finals, as just Muskingum tries to rush in, and it works out fairly well for them, they've given over 3 rounds total through 2 maps. Zmart waiting in the back corner of Dirt. Toxic Babe goes in, and Zmart runs the heck away. 3 kills go the way of Muskingum, by the way, as they just walk around the site, and with this Finka on the board, they have an extra 100 HP through the team to try to aggress with.
Well, Smoke's deployed. We'll see how that works. Row brushed by the Blitz. Doesn't last very long. Taken down. Eventually finished off, but it's still a 5v1. Cappy trying to even it out a little bit, but nope. Doesn't even get one as Heartsease there to assist the Blitz. And that's a very surprising yet delightful win for Muskingum right there. Also, in a tragic callback to Clubhouse, which was our first map, Yali dies on the opener without doing much round 1.
Yeah, Yali's washed. It's okay.
No, it was just super the contrast is, it's stark contrast there. Yali doing very little game 1, just being the opening death more than half the rounds, I want to say, off the top of my head, or at least half the round, and then having a great game, a few great kills, great shots, great vertical play in game 2, and going off of round 1 of map 3, it seems like we're back to their Clubhouse form, which I hope I'm wrong about, but
For all of you wondering, hey, why the heck is TTO just dogging on Yali? For context, I've probably known Yali for a year and a half or so, maybe just over a year, casting T3 Reverse 6, and now watching her play on Fisher in this semester, and casting her more often than not. I think just under half of my collegiate casts have been with Fisher playing in this semester, which is kind of a scary thought, considering they play in like 4 different leagues I cast, but, you know, that's besides the point. A little funny to see how consistent of a team they can become, no matter what series they're playing through. Muskingum, on the other hand, this is first time casting them, and they're honestly not showing too poorly, especially with this first round victory on Oregon, but they need to come up with a bang, and at least that's one of them, dropping a Vulcan canister, to be more specific.
Look at that, though. We're seeing Glass being brought out, and an interesting turn of events. Muskingum does so well in round 1, and they go right ahead and say, hey guys, we're up around. Don't mind that we're, you know, down 2 maps. We're up around. Let's bring a Glass. When's the last time you've seen Glass in competitive R6? Unironically.
Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're not helping me here.
I'm sorry. Fisher actually was the one to play Glass in that series. And it wasn't a terrible selection. It worked out fairly well for them. Hopefully it's the same for Muskingum. And they have a decent bit of map control thus far. Zmart does not have can openers. They do not have a hard breacher on the Muskingum attack. Zmart, you're supposed to bring in hard breach tools. Oh my goodness. They tried to put a hard breach tool on the... Huh?
Huh?
Oh my gosh. They tried to put a hard breach tool
working
on the security hatch, not knowing they didn't have a hard breach tool, and then let go of G, I'm assuming that's their keybind, and just threw a smoke away.
L, Bozo down. Speaking of Bozos down, Peter gets the entry onto reserve as they're on the Gemini. There's a second one, Hearty. How are you not turning around? That's both the Knock and the Yana down in a stunning flank for Beezer. How's it so free for them? That's tree as Zmart just sprints there to try and refrag. Clip is going to be the next one of contention, and finally Beezer is down, but it's way too little, way too late as it falls apart for Muskingum just as they start Oregon up a round. And oh, the Glass spots one. Free fires a little bit, watches the rotate again, spots one again, but he doesn't get the kill just yet. Can they do it? 45 seconds left. You'll have to start pushing. Still 2 smokes in your pocket. Use them, but looks away just at the wrong time. And it's not going to be a kill for Glass. Clip with the second on the round as Maple falls as well, but I think it's a little too late. Smoke canisters deployed, making sure that Clip is stuck inside a freezer, and now it's all up to Lars to try and get those kills that they need. 25 seconds left. The plan must go down. Otherwise, Muskingum, they have nothing to do in the round.
And Yali's playing just a prone angle inside of the closet. The C4 goes in. Lars tries to shoot it at the thin air, is unsuccessful in doing so, but Clip now finds the third on the round for themselves. A fourth onto Robe. However, it's finally taken back. The plant inside of their own final smoke as Lars will get that objective down. Cappy trying to retake, needs to find their second kill on the round and on the map as a whole. Lars a long angle towards Highway, but the reposition from Cappy looking to go through the launcher rotate and around towards that main supply door. Sound cues favoring Lars. They'll try to split their attention back towards this close corner. Cappy needs to clear it. They will! And it's traded! Muskingum win purely off the objective. And Fisher, the trade will not favor them. Muskingum double up their lead.
So much to unpack in that round. First, you know, Beezer with the triple, almost a quad if I'm not mistaken, on the roam. And first of all, why is Yana standing in the middle of the hallway while using her Gemini replicator? At least walk 4 meters away, or sorry, I guess for an American stream, 4 feet away and hide in security. Well, that's a huge, you know, that's so much better than standing in the middle of the hallway. But whatever it happens, mistakes are made. We can live with that. How does Hartley on the knock not turn around after their teammate is decimated behind them? That's 2. And then a triple as Zmart sprints to their teammate's aid, but to no avail. But then on the other side, we have, I believe it was Clip with the quad kill.
Yeah.
And then Lars with the plant and the final 1v1 win. What a round. That was probably the best round we've seen so far, and for the wrong reasons, sadly.
Hey, I mean, two things. Number one, a chaotic round is all the right reasons. It's always fun to see those play out. Also, just in case you end up coming to America and having to deal with our terrible imperial system of measurement, a meter is 3.3 feet. So 4 meters would be like 13 feet.
Yeah, also, you guys, you know, like, just go up 1 foot at 11 or 12 inches, which is like, why would you do that when there's 10? Why would you? Man.
You say that like a mile isn't 5,280 feet.
Well, I didn't know that, and I'm sad I do now.
5,280? 5,280 feet? Yeah, it is 5,280 feet. See, I barely know it.
Horrible. Horrible. U.S. education system at work. You're not Canadian, are you? You're American. Yeah, you are.
I am American.
Well,
I thought you were insulting the Canadians for a second. You're like, no, they're gonna say sorry.
I like my Canadian friends. I like some of my U.S. friends. Speaking of Americans, though,
that's about it.
Yeah, he makes it cut. Barely, though. He left me with you here for the cast tonight. He was supposed to be here with me, and then he dipped. Stuck me with you. No, just kidding. It's been great. But regardless, Maverick is going to be the first one to die after making a few small holes on the attic. While Clip enters through the main doors, knows that someone is there, but these are playing patiently on the alibi with the MX Storm in hand. And let's see how that goes for them. He's actually being pinged by 3 players. Gets 1. Can he make it 2? Nope. The grenade from Zmart will shut him down. And it's a 3v4 situation with Fisher having the upper hand. And they retain their advantage. No, they will increase it. Yali gets kill onto Lars as well. Goyo canister popped. So much time to play with. But Muskingum's numbers are dropping. Not for long, though. It's Clip. And I believe it was Zmart get 1 apiece. And it's a 2v2 with 65 seconds left to play.
2 toxic babes available for the defensive side. This is certainly possible. The impact EMPs should not play all that much of a part in this round. Gemini Replicator now used. The first of those will now be put forward. Gemini Replicator just missed. So, advantage towards Muskingum. They not only find information, but throw Fisher off. The Gemini Replicator does not see Robe inside of the kids' dorms. The final Toxic Babe now expended, and all that plant denial now gone for the defensive side. The Banshee goes off. Robe swings. Cappy, however, finds the refrag. Clip in a 1 versus 1. Cappy looking to play aggressive with the 416. Last time around, it was the win for Muskingum. This time, Fisher has Cappy to find the kill, and no trade will be there. The defensive side holds true, and Fisher pick up their first on the half.
I really don't want to jinx this one, but man, we said that usually in a best of 5, if, you know, it's 2-0 after the first 2 maps, usually the third and probably the final map is boring and bland. But so far, Oregon has been the best piece of R6 we've seen so far. It's been exciting. Every round has come down to either a 1v1 or the underdogs taking it out convincingly. Speaking of, you know, Muskingum round 1 with their rush. So I really hope we keep this trend, we keep this pace. And maybe, just maybe, however unlikely it is, Muskingum could actually secure at least 1, taking us onto Villa for map 4. Again, I'm getting ahead of myself, but I can dream.
Well, the dream may very soon become a reality. Fisher,
that's the American dream.
That's not a bad one. I mean, the American dream's to win the Powerball. Let's be honest here.
I don't know. I'm European. Everything is an American dream when I'm speaking to Americans.
There's got to be some song named American Dream that I can make a joke off of, right?
Absolutely.
American Dream song.
I'm doing the same
by
thing.
MKTO. Oh, that's actually in my playlist. How did I not know that?
Oh, God. You're not a true music fan. You're gonna get lynched for this. Horrible. Horrible!
They can't lynch people in America anymore. We outlawed that a little while ago. Not long enough ago.
We're bringing it back just for you. Specifically for you.
Oh my gosh. Alright, well, into the round. After we all get cancelled once or twice. Fisher, playing from behind for only the 2nd time in the series, by the way. Muskingum need to retain their lead, however. Clip will jump straight into T3, not even clearing at the backside, of which a place somebody could have lied, not actually the case, and they'll take full T2 and T3 control, so decent starting position for Muskingum. They still want to clear across towards Attic to make sure that the meeting hatch can't be held. They also want to try to flex around towards kids and dorms just to make sure that they can push forward from multiple avenues of attack. Now Robe holding that repel, but it's reserved. Find the opener, the castle taken care of as Beezer plays on a weapon with a slow fire rate for the first time in the series. He also dies first.
I was gonna say that at the exact same time. Like Beezer wasn't gonna do much. He's on a UMP anyways. You know, we've seen Beezer shine with Twitch's F2 with the Vector from Mira, but low rate of fire guns haven't been their thing. So you know, losing them first wasn't the worst, especially because Casual usually is place and forget. So just over the halfway mark in the round. Once again, nothing major happening. Nope, scratch that as Clip gets a kill onto Cappy. That's a 5v3 now. Lion Scans being popped. Can we make it one more? Nope, it's Yali shutting down Clip finally, but it may be too little too late. Look at the left. Robe still down, playing the verticals. Reserve second kill on the round as Maple falls. Yali with a second of their own. Daddy Lars falls. Here's the bar being punched. Can they make it 3-0? The shot just narrowly missed, but Z-Martin such low HP. You sneeze at them and they go down. Knock, though, will try and help them out there. Yali looking at Attic, even though no one is there for the time being. All three attackers are either below, on, or wide stairs. 35 seconds left. Start pushing in.
They need to grab the diffuser. That's their issue. That's why Yali's up here. Heartsy has the Hell Presence reduction and is able to find the kill and the diffuser because of it. Robe now in a 1 versus 3. Has all 3 Toxic Babes available. 45 seconds of area of effect denial here for the defensive side. But the defensive side lies on the shoulders of just Robe. The second of 3 Toxic Babes now used. They need to push towards security sooner rather than later. The Ionox camera will find out where Robe currently sits. The final of the Toxic Babes now utilized, but Robe needs to reposition and will instead try to not take the fight. Does find a first, instead of reloading, tries to take a second, but doesn't have the opportunity to do so. They're trying to plant the defuse. It may be the time, though! Robe didn't see him! And because of that falls, Fisher ever so narrowly almost picks it up. But Muskingum now with a 3rd round, topping their previous 2 maps in just 4 rounds of play.
The comeback is real, man. We're getting hyped. This is getting exciting. Oh my god. What a round once again. I really feel like we've packed more excitement into the first 4 rounds of Oregon than we have in the entirety of Clubhouse and Chalet combined, and I'm all for it, man.
Hey, Chalet, bad map, washed map. Clubhouse, bad map, washed map.
Oregon, go
Yali, bad player, washed player. I'm kidding. That was too far.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, in a repeat of round 1, we see Z-Mart on the Blitz again, which is, well, something we haven't seen in a while. Are we shaping up for another rush here with the Dockaby and the Jekyll and the Lion and the Blitz? Is this going to be another rush? And follow-up question, are Fisher going to be ready for it this time? Smoke alone wasn't enough last time around, but there's Warden to help out now. With Warden's Basses, you can negate the Blitz a little bit, and also there's Goyo canisters to help out, and AC4 from both Goyo and Yali. So, Fisher, even if they get rushed, great predisposition, but they need to be set up for it, they need to be ready to react on time, and that's going to be another challenge by itself.
Well, it doesn't look like they're going to get rust from that construction side. However, the Blitz could still work. Really throwing Fisher's defense off. They have the utility for it. C4 available for Yali, C4 for Maple, and the Toxic Babes, 3 of them, by the way, for Robe, at 16 damage a second. And combine that alongside the fact that it's 15 seconds of overall efficacy, you can really take out anybody as long as they stay in that direct vicinity for long enough. Doesn't seem
you can really
like
take out anybody if you just shoot their head. Just saying.
Yeah, you're right. Just click head's forehead.
Exactly. Yeah, click on the forehead. That works best. You're correct. I agree with the assessment.
So is the real joke now click forehead's forehead?
Click forehead. I'm sure. Why not? Let's make it a thing. 1 minute into the round, a lot of drone action happening. Gemini Replicator being used as well. And, well, who doesn't love good intel? Z-Mart there with not only the blinding shield, I forgot the name. Please don't be mad at me.
It is.
trying to sprint down those stairs, and all the intel is welcome. Maple gets the entry into the round as the Dokkaebi falls to Maple C4, and while that's one less attacker, that's also one less C4 for the defenders. And keep in mind, there's still bleeds to be dealt with, but Beezer with a follow-up onto reserve as well, and things are looking Fisher more and more. E1D scan comes out, but again, it may be too little too late, as we have just 80 seconds left in the round, and the attackers haven't created a single opening for themselves to really get close to side even, or, well, enter the building in Blitz's case.
And the reinforcement around towards construction side by Robe, smartly just backing away. They don't need that positioning. They know the remaining 3 players, none of which have any semblance of hard breach utility, so that position doesn't mean all that much. Here comes Zmart with that G52 tactical shield, by the way, for you were concerned about, and well, Yali probably should have been concerned about that rotate. Not really sure what she was looking at. However, dies anyway, and that Callie now taken care of, or the Cade taken care of. Yali is the one to fall. Beezer with the re-aggression finds one. The feat of Zmart being aggressed upon. It's the SMG-12 from Beezer, actually, to find the head there of Zmart. And Clip walks into a toxic babe. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Well thrown.
The barb was there, preventing them from backing up as well. So, you know, a bit of lucky placement, a bit of skillful placement, a bit of lucky timing. Just a coincidence, but ended up working out. And Fisher, they pick up their second round, closing the gap that Muskingum have created. But at worst, even if Muskingum lose the next round, they still go into second half with 3-1, which is an even split. And that is way more than they have achieved going on to maps 1 and 2. Actually, if you tally up all their rounds, not that there's much math to be done, Muskingum have won half of their 1 rounds in the series on Oregon.
And that's only just under a third of the amount of rounds they've actually played. What, 7-2, 7-1, combine that, you're looking at 17, plus here is 5, 22, 5 of 22 rounds.
Really is the numbers, man.
That's 3 of your 6 rounds won. For all of you curious as to what the percentages are, they've won 50% of the rounds in 22% of the time played. There you go.
Wow.
Fisher have given up 50% of the rounds that they've lost in 22% of the time played as well. See how the stats mean 2 different things? I love numbers. They're so much fun. However, they don't always tell the full story. Muskingum have been fairly close in a lot of these rounds. Well, yeah, they've won 3 of them. 2 of them came down to 1v1s, and one of those was actually a trade, of which was just a fortunate shot from the OTS. Not the easiest thing to pick up on a consistent basis. And Muskingum's consistency has been their real conversation point. If they don't have it, how do they find kills? Spray from Zmart, by the way, finds Beezer. The opener does indeed go the way of the attackers. Beezer falls, the Warden off the board. That means the MPX is gone. Surprising first pick for them to push off of.
Not just the MPX, but also the 8-6 Beezer, which is the huger problem for Fisher. You know, there's no Ying, there's very few smokes on the defensive side, or on the offensive side rather, but losing Beezer is huge, and then Maple follow-up makes it even worse. And Muskingum, again, they look way stronger than they have been in the first 2 maps. I hope I haven't just jinxed them, Caster's cursed, but keep them coming. So little time passed, and Muskingum, they keep creating these entries for themselves. You know, minus last round. No, Zmart gets a triple on the round as the, I believe it was the Yali on Malusi, tried to vertically deny or slash impact, but ends up dying instead. 90 seconds left in the round, and Happy and Rogue, they have their job cut out for them. Still 2 toxic babe, 416 C and an SMG-11 in hand, so they have that going on for them, but that's out all. On the other side, so much utility left to be used by the attackers, and they won't even need it. Just click forehead.
Oh, they've clicked bodies.
Forehead.
Robe's found first. Cappy close, looking for a second, not gonna be able to find it though. Robe left alone, finds a second, a double kill in the round, and ace clutch now required from the smoke. The last of those toxic babe smokes now used, by the way, and they now have to flex that into close range fights. Switching to the Mossberg for a possible clothesline, close range, not gonna happen. It's the M4, courtesy of Reverse, and the first half going the way as Muskingum, as they have the lead past the first 2 rounds and past the first half for the first time in the series.
Oh, again, now on Oregon, they've won more rounds than they have on Club and Chalet combined, and we love to see it. Because, well, 3-0s are boring, 3-1s are more like it, but 3-2s or even reverse sweeps, that's what we live for. And again, if somehow, some way Muskingum pull this one off, it's going to be a better reverse sweep, or rather the best reverse sweep since SI 2018. Legendary match between Penta and G2, Penta, later G2 and EG. So if you haven't seen that one yet, go check it out if you're a new R6 fan. That's one for the books. And maybe this one's going to be one for the books as well.
Don't make me go reminisce back to the better years of Rainbow
It
Six
was
Siege. I'm not
one
saying
of my first matches I've seen. Like, SI 18 is when I started watching competitive R6. And that was the first grand finals I've seen. And I remember feelings I felt.
That was actually the first tournament that was played after I bought the game. I bought the game on December 25th, 2017.
When you were like, what, 6?
Close, 12, but sure.
Yeah. PG 18 game, I'm just saying?
No, 13. I was 13. I know how to do math. Muskingum, adding rounds back to back, have been pretty good, speaking of mathematics. Fisher, I don't know about this composition. A Maverick Hibana on a top floor take. Huh.
Oh, that's curious. You keep speaking about math, but something doesn't add up, does it? I'm sorry, that was horrible.
Cricket noise, cricket noise, cricket noise.
I tried. Hey man, it's 4:21 a.m. for me, okay? I'm trying my best.
European.exe.
True. Well, at least we have a normal mattering system. That's all we need.
Fisher need to start to take whatever semblance of easy mathematics and turn that into possibly round victories. Cappy attempted Maverick trick. What's the call here? I think a foothold created for a long distance prone hold on the stairs, just to create attic control, and then this is now a crouchable hold to walk into it. I actually like this decision. It does, however, give a possibility for Lars to play that long angle on the Kaid, so it could cost Robe his life should he peek a little bit too far around. Luckily does not. It was actually the 44 Magnum being played, surprisingly enough, by Lars, but Robe now just pops through, gets on the drone, and now wants to try and walk forward. And Nade being prepped here for the attacking side. It's going to go to the backside of Attic, however not find anything. Already, Fisher trying to encroach on the outside of the site. Lars, however, will reinforce that close kids' dorms position. And just like that, they've given away control. However, they still have the site itself and all 5 players alive.
Attic control relinquished, but then again, the rotate to kits have been reinforced, meaning that you can only push out through one door, and that's a huge choke point. But there we go, kills raining out from both sides now. Cappy finds one reserve with one of their own, and, well, he's just gonna fall as well. So 3v2 currently made that a 3v3 and a 3v2 in quick succession as Muskingum somehow pull it back once again after briefly losing the lead. All up to Cappy and Robe to try and take it. They're both an attic, and again, they have to push out through the chokehold door. That is the attic door. Can they make it? Flash is coming out, not looking the right way. Robe loses most of their HP, but still finds Clip. What a shot. Can they make it 2? Yes, they can. It's a 2v1 here on a Muskingum choke. Zmart low on HP, but Cappy there to help out Robe should they need to. C4 misses as well. 20 seconds left. What are you gonna do? Plant attempted, so it's technically a 1v1. Zmart, you gotta push now. Pre-fire's coming out, looking the wrong way though. Can you find them? That's the first one. Can you make it 2? Looks the right way this time around. Go to the Kona station, get healed up. That's it. There we go. Just came off cooldown, and that's 3 Kona stims in a row. Now it's much more even. 32 seconds left. Keep in mind, you need 7 of those to defuse or disable the diffuser. Can be playing it patiently. Zmart needs to go for it now. Will they get it? Looking the wrong way, and again, the reinforcement of rotate has been reinforced, coming back by the defenders in the rear, but Zmart gets it. That's a triple on the round, and Muskingum almost choked their lead, but somehow, some way bring it back in an upsetting round to up their advantage to 5 versus 2 against Fisher. Finally, what a round.
I don't know what combination of 2 kills is more surprising. Robe finding a double just walking into the backside of Dorm's main hall, or the double from Zmart finding one into Robe, of whom definitely should have won that fight, because Zmart swung and pre-fired the wrong direction, and Robe had a country and a time zone in order to readjust their aim.
Okay, but
And
those
still didn't
Konas
do
coming in clutch. Like,
Yeah.
3 heals in
I
the
don't even think
span
they got
of
shot.
2 seconds. No, I maybe. I'm not sure. But, you know, you swing way more confidently. And especially if you're on a timer, you will swing way more confidently if you're on 100 HP compared to being on 5 HP. So even if you didn't end up losing any HP as a Thunderbird, just having the confidence of being fully healed up is insane.
Confidence there for Muskingum. Are they going to pick up Oregon? This is not the map I thought the upset would come through on. It is the one I indicated Fisher may have the most difficulty upon, considering it is one of the more played maps in the pool. Of course, Villa is map 4, and map 5 is Theme Park. I said it's going to be 3-0 or 3-2 to Fisher, and Oregon/Villa would be their 2 real points of contention. The more default map, certainly easier for a team to come back from, and this would be the time for Muskingum to do so. A win here on this laundry supply site would almost certainly give them the map. A loss, Fisher are right back in it.
Well, yes, if Fisher wins this one, it's 5-3, meaning that, you know, Muskingum's cushion lead is decreasing. But still, even if they lose this one, I wouldn't write them out just yet. They've had a few very convincing rounds so far on Oregon, and even the ones that they ended up losing were very close 1v1s most of the time. So I really hope Muskingum keep up their trend for maps 4 and onward should we get to them. And again, it's looking more and more likely. The hatch would have been open, but no, the Cade is there. Yali can just look at the hatch, sadly. Sad Yali noises.
Oh no, they're fine. No, they're waiting for Cappy to walk through. They do have the impact EMPs, so at a bare minimum, it's just going to be an extra few seconds. Cappy, please. Okay, I thought they were going to throw a Gone 6 at that, and I was going to be very concerned. Impact EMP will be utilized. They do have to get those X-Kairos down fairly quickly. There's only so much time that the Electro Claw is disabled, but it's enough for the Habana pellets to go off and to open up that hatch. So, small bit of utility there for the attacking side, and a whole lot taken away for the defense as Lars delays it for maybe 10 seconds, but not enough to write home about.
Yep, Hart's also taken out, you know, the hero, the unsung hero of the previous round, taken out very early in this one. Not a great sign for Muskingum, but again, they have a little bit of lead to give away here if they really have to. Reserve gets droned out, smoke canister deployed, drones are being popped left and right. Still a deployable shield to help him out, but nope, not enough. Maple gets the double on the round. Reserve falls as well, and Fisher, they seem strong in this round. 50 seconds left, no more smoke canisters, just 2 C4s between Zmart and Daddy Lars, and that's all they have going on for them. But Beezer will fall. There we go. The C4 deployed, almost exploded, but Daddy Lars would have killed himself with it. Maple with 3 though. Can they make it 4? Oh, that's a grenade trying to force out the Cade out of position, but the ADS comes in clutch, pistol in hand, but Lars gets it. The plan being attempted. Rope gets Zmart, and it's all up to Lars to try and clutch this one up. They'll need an ace to do so, and they need to start pushing out now. Looking the wrong way though. Down Yali, but Cappy needs to push. Can they get it? Yali can be revived, and there we go. Cappy shuts down Lars on their failed 1v5 clutch attempt.
Valiant effort from Lars, but entering into the round with 1 kill, needing 6 times that just to exit with a 6th round win. Not the easiest position for Muskingum to be in. And Lars, fairly decent attempt at it, to be completely honest with you. Yeah. Finding the first kill was already astounding. A follow-up was there across onto Maple, who was on a 3K at that point, by the way. Maple just continually pushed, but walking into Lars, it was Lars playing vertical and horizontal while crouching and uncrouching around that sandbag that really didn't allow Maple to get all that aggressive, and actually ended up killing him in that engagement. Valiant effort, but really well put together round for Fisher.
I like how we were, like, last round we were just talking about Yali, Cappy, and Robe on, you know, Sledge, Habana, and Lion, just kind of looking at the hatch, taking so long to open it, and then we just had Maple walk down the freezer stairs and just get the entry kill, and then a second one, and then a third one. And I was like, wow, okay. It was like, I'll do it myself. That's fine. I'll do it. But we're back downstairs once again. Let's see if Muskingum can come out on top. This one, they say if you know, if at first you don't succeed, you gotta try again. But hopefully they spice it up a little bit, try something else, because obviously something didn't work out for them round 8. We do see Lars roaming into Big Tower now, and I do want to see how that goes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Roving Company entering the exact same direction they have last round, leaving behind a bunch of saber-sized holes and making a lot of noise.
Muskingum's defense is turtled similar to that of Fisher, but a little bit of a flex around how they want to play forward. I like this decision from the defensive side, not playing exactly the way their opponents did, however, at least adopting what worked and really discarding what did not. You can see how far Muskingum are trying to favor this freezer side, by the way. Freezer hatch, again, will be opened, just to note, but Fisher really don't need it all that much. Yali playing on this first floor. I was talking about the subtle flex. The first is the fact that Heartsy is just chilling on the main stairs. The second is the fact they are holding tower on the top floor of it, no less.
Flashes coming out, being caught by one of my discs though. Well, and burned by ADSs. No more flashes remaining, but that clears the way for grenades. First one comes out, doesn't even take out an ADS, and that's going to be tragic for any subsequent projectile throws and dispersals in general. Still a 5v5 just halfway throughout the round, as the attackers are quite spread out and trying to take the side from multiple direction. Gemini Replicator will drop down, yellow pings coming out, and there we go, the first defender spotted. E1D skin to follow it up and try and secure a opener for Fisher here. Flashbangs coming out, and Wamai will be the first one to swing first. Canister deployed as well, and there's only one person left in Freezer. If they take him out, the attack from Fisher could be falling apart. But so far, so good. Bees are playing it very patiently with the DMR there in hand, just trying to get under maybe a little bit of chip damage, and when my discs come in clutch once again. I love how hard Fisher is using projectiles, and I love how hard Muskingum is denying them even more. 45 seconds left, though, as we finally get the open.
They walked into the round with 10 projectiles, they're down to 0, but Muskingum down to just 1 player as a whole. Projectiles be damned, they didn't need a dang thing for the attacking side to walk forward. Lars the spray forward, giving away the fact they're around the pillar position, and Maple takes that information and just sprays them straight through the wall on a whim, no less, and a little bit of a head peek. From that Kaid, Fisher, back-to-back, attacking rounds to come back and deny. Muskingum running away with it, now bringing themselves to within 1 of this Muskingum lead.
Not looking great for Muskingum. Again, they had, what, a 3-round advantage, if I'm not mistaken? 2 round? 3 round? Yeah, down to 1. So, not sure exactly if Muskingum is running out of gas, or if somehow Fisher managed to just get themselves back in the driver's seat. But whichever it is, not looking great for Muskingum, and they need to win these 2 more rounds, or at least 1 to secure overtime. Even that's great. If Fisher win this one, and it's 5-5, I honestly don't see Muskingum pulling it back. If Muskingum secure this round, then they still have a fighting chance. They can keep themselves afloat for a little bit longer without drowning.
I don't know if Muskingum has the flotation devices required to keep them above water against Fisher, though. And if they can put together, again, this round, they're in a pretty good spot. But Fisher's in such a chaotic position on the attacking side that it's really been working for them on a consistent basis. And Chaos playing to the Falcons' favor, I can't say I'm too surprised because that's really what they've been flourishing off of, but it's been chaotic good rather than chaotic evil, and the positive part about it is really the fact of how consistent it's been and how controlled the Chaos has become.
Yeah, it's really stark contrast. Again, the Chaos, you know, from Clubhouse, from Chalet, going into Oregon, and again, I'm all for it. I really wish that Muskingum get this just so that we can get another map, because things are just starting to get interesting. And I really thought Muskingum would shut down on Oregon, given that there were 2 maps down. The pressure has, you know, ever so increased, but they seem to be working fairly well under pressure. And I really hope they can keep it up.
Cappy. Torch in hand, similar setup as to that of the previous time we went to the top floor, that being the Maverick trick with the bottom side peak established. Lars, apparently aware of it, looking to swing, really not given all that much of an opportunity to do so, but Bees are now just walking into Trophy with this Mark 14 in hand. Zmart finds the opener on the bottom floor, Maple the first one to fall. Lars is actually walking straight to a flashbang. They tried to use the flash to delay and deny any defensive utility denial, and they actually didn't find any. So Lars is able to get out with their life again, and once more reinforce that rotate from Attic.
In a repeat of round number 8, we see Attic control relinquished again, and then the reinforce coming out as well. But Zmart also gets Cappy. Beezer, though, replies with one onto reserve, but Clip retaliates. Beezer falls. Yali with one of their own. 3v2. And, well, make that a 2v2. Rope gets Clip as well. It's getting tense up in here. Still a C4 in Lars's pocket, and 3 flashbangs for Yali. He will get to use their utility first. Yali misses the shots. Low on HP now. Bearing 9 in hand. Can they get the kill? Rope looks the wrong way. Falls to Lars. Still up to Yali. Low on HP. Diffuser in pocket, and so are the 3 flashbangs down. In sight now. One person behind the bomb, but it's going to be Lars finishing it up. And we are on map point here for Muskingum. Finally.
A really smart reposition from Lars, by the way, playing on the right side from their perspective of that bunk bed to find the first kill, and then repositioning towards their own left to try and find the follow-up. The communication almost certainly was there, and Yali knew the general area in which Lars was, but predicted the fact that they held their previous spot a little bit too long, and honestly died because of that assumption. Also, a lack of utility usage from Yali surprising me just a little bit, considering, again, 3 flashbangs, fairly useful to either take out defensive utility in terms of Wamai Magnets or even Jaeger ADSs, of which there really only were Jaeger ADSs in that round. That, or just blind and deafen your opponents. Kind of an underrated beta utility, and I'm a little surprised that Fisher didn't take full control of that.
Yeah. Can we just talk about how consistently, ever since Cappy on the Maverick in one of the initial Fisher's attacks died while making the attic calls, we've had Cappy and Rogue team up every single time, with Rogue just actively droning attic to make sure that no one's pushing Cappy. I just like the consistency, even if it hasn't been working out for Fisher in, you know, the grand scale of things. Just gotta love the adaptation. Cappy died from attic while opening the hole, so I was like, okay guys, I need someone to watch the drone, I need someone to help me, you know, calm with me. And that's exactly what Fisher have been doing. And I love seeing adaptation like that on the fly. But it's not been enough. Again, we're on match point, and it's not for Fisher. We're not on series point yet. We are guaranteed at least overtime on Oregon, but it's only 1 round separating Muskingum for securing at least one of their own and sending us onto Villa onto a 4th map.
What did Reserve just say? Yes, it's dumb too.
Yeah, so did I. I wasn't sure. Too much going on.
Lots. The only elite skin banned is Twitch and Valk. That's actually really surprising. Okay, well, note to self. ECAC, I suggest consulting some tier 3 tournament organizers in terms of some rule changes. By the way, Solus is banned, for all of you who were not aware of that. Yali playing through that Maverick rotate that we were talking about. You're actually reach hole in the bottom, looking for the kill, was unable to find it, so instead decides to use an exothermic charge to open up the full attic rotation over. Talon shields wielded by Cappy for Beezer to play behind, still looking for this kill. The crouch peaks are there, but the kill not so much for Heartsy.
Yeah, that's very risky re-swinging that so continually, but so far hasn't been biting Heartsy in the rear, so I guess it's okay. Exothermic and the top floor will be deployed, and that's attic control, but there's Clip trying to deny it on the sneaky position. Sees one behind the shield, goes for the swing. That's Cappy taken off. Yali on low HP as well, but Maple gets a grenade kill onto Lars, and that's devastating because Lars has really been such a strong defensive player for Muskingum. Maybe not kill-wise, but he's been a force to be reckoned with. Beezer, meanwhile, finally gets Heartsy grenade thrown out in his direction as well, so if Beezer wasn't to finish up the grenade, surely would have. And we're in a 3v4. Yali low on HP, and Maple finds one of their own. Just 2v4 now. One of the guns left is UMP, which is, well, horrible, but nope. The only gun left is UMP as Yali gets one of their own onto Clip, and it looks like we're not going on to Villa just yet, if we're going there at all. Beezer finds reserve as well, and that's all she wrote.
We're going to be fighting for overtime and laundry and supply. That'll be our final fight of regulation, as Muskingum will have the site unlocked and will almost certainly choose it. It's either that or meeting kitchen/kitchen dining, and you'll never believe it is indeed laundry and supply. I can't say I'm too surprised about that. They want to go back to the bottom floor. It's one of their 2 primary sites, and it's worked out mid for them thus far. Of course, a win and a loss in the site hasn't been the greatest for them, but of course they can still flex and turn it into another round victory. It really comes down to Fisher's flexibility once more. If they can, again, just push into the site, take quick control, and make sure that Muskingum are thrown out of position, they're in a good spot. But no!
Bro, that's your almost top fragger.
My goodness.
Wow, it feels like we're watching the NBA with the amount of throws we've been shown.
Gosh. You should have said we're watching the MLB.
Noted. I don't know what that is, but noted.
Wait, hold up. Can we look at all chat again? I want to take a look at that.
Wow, what?
This is actually a question. They have a rule where TK is still on for 2 weeks. Yeah, this is a good note from Max, by the way. They are complaining that both Team Killing and Solus being on and banned, respectively, is a rule in ECAC for 2 weeks. However, ECAC, I like this decision to stick with SI quals, because SI qualifications required Team Killing to be enabled in prep phase. That's the reason it's a setting in the game, by the way. If SI quals didn't care, it wouldn't actually be a setting, because it wasn't.
Well, F's in chat as Muskingum, who desperately needed this one round to, just get themselves over the finish line. Well, they're starting it off on the back foot. They've lost the Jaeger, and since it was in the final, or the first few seconds of the prep phase, they're unlikely to have even gotten some ADSs down. Excuse me, English hard. It's we're coming out early on, doesn't connect. Hartsy's gonna push. Does they get the kill? No, they don't.
Well, they're actually going to back away, but they have some assistance. Reserve, lucky to be alive. The Mark 14 does a decent bit of damage across. Exactly 50 HP and exactly 0 for Heartsy. They'll retreat, they being Reserve, back to the Kona stations and should be almost exactly, if not precisely, 110 HP once more. Beezer, not so lucky. One of the VIPs now taken care of, and Muskingum have a shot right back into this, but just like that, they'll also have to worry about extra avenues of attack. Fisher will have to worry about a top floor roam that still exists near the main stairs.
I think Zmart is just a little early on this flank. They could work out. Yep, there we go. Works out, goes for the second, sadly misses, but Yali on the refrag. So 2v3, but I think you still wait a little bit longer on that flank there. Be patient, maybe get on cams or something. But, well, at least they went 1-for-1, which is not too bad. Smoke canisters being deployed and no more C4 in Lars's pocket either. So it's going to be a tough one for Muskingum to tough this one out. Second smoke bait ready to be deployed. Flash is coming out from the attackers, but they don't do much despite the lack of ADSs. E1D there coming in clutch as well for the attackers, especially as Lion creeps down the freezer stairs. Attackers spread out a little bit now, but nothing too bad. Maple just narrowly misses, and there we go. Reserve, nice shot with the SMG-11. It's game time for Muskingum. Third 8 being deployed. The alley falls as well, but it's going to come down to a 1v1 as Cappy gets one of their own. Reserve versus Cappy. Who can get it? SMG-11 versus Lion Vector. Who's going to find it? It's going to be the Smoke and MU. They take their map. Oregon is under their belt, and it's going to be a 2-1.
They initialize the reverse sweep, and Muskingum at least start the comeback. A 7-5 victory, the closest margin that Fisher has faced in a full week, and that includes an extra best of 5 on top of it. Fairly close and chaotic map win for Muskingum. I have to say, not the most decisive map victory, but it doesn't have to be. Whether you win 8-7 or 7-0, it still counts as 1 in the overall map column, so I don't think they're too upset with that one. The issue they're going to run into as they walk into Villa is it's Fisher College's map pick. They're much more comfortable on Villa than they are Oregon or Clubhouse for that matter, and the chaos may settle down just a little bit from the Falcons.
Yeah, speaking of ones, this is the first map that Fisher have dropped in the entire ECAC Season 1 tournament, or league, or whatever. So, That's a huge win. Yeah, playoffs, excuse me. Yeah, they have actually lost 2 maps, I think, in group stages. Thank you for correcting me. Again, 5 a.m. I'm sorry if thank you for the thumbs up. But we're going to take a short break and then we're going to stop laughing at me. God damn it. I hate it here. These Americans are rude. I want a Canadian co-caster. He walked away. What the hell? Could we go to break, please? I'll catch you later. Don't go anywhere.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big
is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see that Train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. Right. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the esport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that for now. we defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask Bob a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no. Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward, and the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you
The most common map in the Rainbow Six Siege competitive map pool goes the way of Muskingum, as they pick up Oregon and bring back at least one of our 5 maps to initiate the reverse sweep. 2 more still required in chronological order. Those would be Villa and Theme Park, just to shut down the Fisher Falcons, who still reside on Match Map. I'm Time Delay. Joined alongside me is Boxy. And into Villa, here, Boxy. It is the map pick of Fisher, their final in the series before we head to the decider. Any expectations as we go into it?
Well, I do expect Fisher to win this one out. I think Oregon was more of a fluke on their side. But then again, Muskingum, especially for the first half of Oregon, they seemed pretty convincing to me, meaning that there still is a small fighting chance. But, well, you predicted this series to be for Fisher, and if we somehow end up getting onto Theme Park, I do agree with you. I think that Fisher definitely take it, but it could all be over at the end of Villa. Oh, yeah. On to bans though. Osa has been banned all 3 games so far, all 3 maps so far. Flores has only been banned on Oregon and only Oregon and Club, right?
Banned on Chalet.
Sorry, Chalet, yeah, not Club. Yeah. On Club, it was Habana in his place. Mira has been banned again ever since Club because Beezer was a beast on it. And last round, and on Club, it was Valk. Now it's Azami.
I'm a little surprised about the Azami ban, especially courtesy of that of Muskingum. I can't say it's too out of the blue. That also indicates to me that they want to play the Valkyrie. And just like that, Heartsy picks up Valkyrie. I have to have, some credit for picking up some of these predictions, right? There's got to be some level. Some. Valkyrie was kind of expected. It is trophy statutory, and it is also Villa, but still.
I miss Valk. Where's Valk? Oh, she is here. Never mind. I'm tired. I'm seeing things that aren't here, and I'm not seeing things that are on my screen, so you'll have to excuse me. If I make fake calls, it's sleep deprivation.
There's too many Americans. There's me, there's our producer, Coltoon, and, now there's Valkyrie. You're just getting thrown
thankfully,
off.
I have Max with me, man. Not EU anymore, because he's British, but he used to be EU, so cool enough.
Well, EU is in Europe. Still technically Europe. And there's 2 more Brits inside of the server because Lars and Robe are playing SAS operators.
Oh, I thought you were talking about players' nationalities. That would have been cool. Yeah. No, but that would have been too many British people, so I'm fine with just the mute, and the sledge.
Too many British people. Just thought you could slide that one in there.
Had to. Luckily, though, the majority of the server still calls it a bottle of water, not a bottle of water, so we're good. Max just said, I hate being British in our ears, and that's amazing. That's the highlight of my evening. But back to the round at hand, though. First 30 seconds, nothing but drone work and prep work being done by Fisher on attack. Muskingum just chilling in the passenger seat so far, letting Fisher take the lead. And, well, that's probably what you want to do on defense. Not get overly aggressive, not lose too many lives too fast, or burn your utility if you don't need to. I do want to see how Fisher will take this one and what the first round of contention is going to be. And it looks like it's just going to be straight side direct. EMP's being thrown out, and that means that Daddy Lars will have to back away. And yeah, if you're talking about the EMP being used to short the ADS and then a grenade coming out right after, I must agree with you.
I've actually never seen that before. As much as
really
of T3 and low T2 sieges I've casted, I've never seen that setup before. Maple will understandably take out a Frostmat. No Frostmat kill here, unfortunately. But Muskingum giving up a lot of this control because of just that shield being taken care of, they don't have a whole lot of redundancy in their setup, and that's something that can be taken off of and taken advantage of by this attacking side. Heartsy set out below. You'd expect them to hop on a camera eventually or have someone do so for them and possibly set up a C4 in towards this astronomy room. But no, it's actually Maple going downstairs trying to deal with the Valkyrie, of whom's looking the wrong way. Finally turns their attention, but not quickly enough. There's a free kill. Maple finds the opener.
Well, that's something you want to see if you're a Fisher fan and you just want this series to be over. However, devastating if you're a Muskingum enjoyer. And which one are you today?
I mean, I'm not a fan of either team because no caster bias here. However, I did say Fisher was going to win, so I suppose I want them
Fisher
to win
biased,
right?
okay. Yeah. Well, 4-4, no, made out of 4v2 Muskingum. They bounce back. Shotgun and a frost kill, reserve one of their own, and it's too little too late as Rope finds the only kill for their team later on in the round. And I'm speechless.
Luckily for you, I'm not. Muskingum really well defended, and the late rotation up astronomy to deal with that continued presence, making sure they still had real estate in just about every portion of the map, at least where it was required. And Fisher, without all that much of a dual-pronged attack, they didn't have two different dimensions. It was very one-dimensional. Two doors, sure, one the bathroom door, the other that master bedroom door in the trophy, but it really didn't matter. And Muskingum was able to flex around that.
Yeah, didn't have two dimensions. It was very one-dimensional. You're really great at this number stuff, and you want to be my personal accountant?
I was thinking of going to be a CPA, but when numbers start to become my actual job and not just being able to lightly talk about them, that's when they start to get boring. It's just a hobby as of right now, as the kids say.
Yeah, there's a lot of things like that, though. Like, as long as it's a hobby, it's super enjoyable. When it's a full-time job, it gets boring. But, you know, not R6 casting, so, well, hashtag blast.
I've kind of turned this into a full-time job.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of.
Congrats on that. That's, you know, that's no small feat. You have to be good enough, you have to be committed enough, you have to know the right people, so that's I'm glad you have that going on for you.
Me too. It's pretty fun. By the way, if you are an R6 caster and looking to, like, I don't know, cast R6, highly suggest reaching out to Tier 4 organizations. The Xenon Gaming Series, they're pretty cool. I know a lot of people who got their start there. TPL, the Premier League, also set of cool people. Just if you're curious, or you want to hop into production, be similar to that of Max, our amazing observer, or Coltoon, our producer, of whom are outstanding at not only the job, but as people as a whole. Flex into whatever production role you please. Just don't compete with me for jobs, because it's already hard out here.
Also follow Max on Twitter. Anyways, 1 minute into the round. Nothing impactful has happened just yet, but this seems to be the trend with both teams, and I'm all for it. You know, you gotta do your prep work first, you gotta get all the intel you can, secure those flanks, as we're seeing with the gridlock, track stingers, and only then you can turn your attention onto the bomb site and the defenders at hand. First gunfight goes down at 90, where Reserve takes a little bit of damage, manages, or rather doesn't manage to dish out any in return, but finally gets the drone. So, well, you know, small victories. Speaking of small victories, a grenade comes out, doesn't connect though, and Reserve now knows it's time to fall back into the side and relinquish control of 90, which Maple is very quick to take.
A lot of real estate already for Fisher. The issue is they don't have a kill, and they haven't expended a whole lot of this defensive utility. Lars throws in the C4. That's prepped and already exploded. Finds very little, if anything at all. Heartsy's C4 doesn't land either, so advantage towards Fisher. All of the defensive utility has now been utilized, other than Zmart, who just has continuous and regenerative glasses in order to try and contend with this offensive secondary utility, of which there really isn't any that Warden can consistently contend with. Lars, still on this mute, and still playing close with a shotgun. This time not even being given the time of day. Yali still trying to contend 90, but just Muskingum not even taking fights, and when they do, they find the best timing.
We're just standing there menacingly on 90, and it cost them their life. It's a 4v3, and the time is slowly running out. Keep in mind there's still Runegates to deal with, and not many throwwells left for the attackers, besides, you know, the 2 EMPs that are there. But we're gonna burn the first Runegate with the Gemini Replicator. Smart play there. Now 50 seconds, you need to start pushing in. Zmart patiently playing, but gives away his position and actually loses his life. Nice shot by Maple there. That's an entry, but no. Heartsy on the refrag. Make that 2 for them as they finally fall. Rogue left alone, but Clip cleans it up. And it's another round for the defense.
You know, I think my original prediction is going fairly well as of right now. Muskingum, just like they did in the previous map, have now found back-to-back rounds to start off the map. Previous, of course, being Oregon, now here on Villa. And Fisher haven't had a response thus far. First round wasn't even close. Second, not really. And now kitchen dining, tertiary bomb site for Muskingum. They'll again bring a Valkyrie, understandable Frost selection as well. The only notable difference to that of their first round setup is the Mozzie. Surprising to see that.
Can we just talk about who decided it was a good idea for Reserve to play the DMR on a really last round? Like, we've seen them miss a person like a few times, and then 5 seconds later we've seen them miss a drone a few times before finally hitting it, and then 5 seconds later, we've hit them miss a Gemini Replicator, which was not even moving before hitting it after like 5 shots. So that's wasteful ammo. That's taxpayers' money at stake there, and we're just wasting ammunition. That's not very, not cool.
So now, you've managed to sound like both aisles of the political spectrum in America. We're wasting taxpayers' money, but we're spending money on ammo. I can't believe what we're doing here. That's just amazing. Diversity from Boxy.
Yeah.
The unbiased caster Boxy in so many different ways. I love the storyline being built here. The other one I love is the fact that Yali's playing Blitz, possibly taking a page out of Muskingum's book. They, however, shoot out the drone, and here comes Yali. Zmart still finds the opener. Yali's actually shot more by their own team than they are their opponents. But the initial rush for Fisher has at least found a 1-for-1 trade. They still need to walk through this pantry door. Heartsy has it shot out from behind them as the Gone 6 reigns true. Cappy's still looking for this kill. The flash shield lands, but Heartsy still finds the melee kill. The down prior to that, but finally the kill in return. And it's a 1 versus 2 for Reverse, who is dropped in towards this laundry side. Reserve will not be able to push forward, however, as the nade will disallow their aggression, and the UMP needs to find back-to-back kills. The second of 3 EE1Ds now utilized. It expires, as does now the pings from the defensive utility. The bulletproof cameras have yet to be taken care of, nor will they in its entirety. Reserve knows at least one player's inside the pantry. The second almost certainly has not rotated around. They need to long arm this defuse, at least bait one of the 2 players into swinging, but they've yet to do so. Reserve wants to try and take the first fight, knowing one player's close left, but not knowing Cappy is still holding on the reinforcement. It's Fisher to find their first round here on Villa, and at least give them some semblance of an advantage in the first half of play.
I think the professional term for this is unlucky. But yeah, valiant attempt from Muskingum. Very chaotic round, and it wasn't controlled chaos like we spoke about, or rather you spoke about on Oregon. It was just chaotic chaos, if that's a thing. And somehow Fisher clawed their way to the top, but it wasn't very one-sided. Muskingum put up a hell of a fight, and it really could have gone either way. Sadly, though, the 1v2, the UMP, the crossfire, it all added up to a Fisher W, and we haven't seen as many of those in the last two maps as we have on Chalet and Clubhouse. So, nice change of pace there, but let's see if Muskingum can keep it up for another match.
Well, they'll head back to their primary site. Trophy saturated call. And similar setup. Reserve on the alibi. I like this decision for them. Trying to play aggressive and bring the fight to Fisher, who isn't used to that. A lot of teams play a little bit more patient when they're up against the Fisher Falcons, and understandably so. Fisher already an aggressive team on the attacking side. The defensive side fairly condensed on most maps, especially that of Oregon in our previous, but Muskingum was fairly decent at dealing with it. Of course, a 4-2 half, and honestly, yeah, that of Clubhouse as well, but, I was mainly bringing up the fact that Muskingum was good on Oregon. Not so much Clubhouse.
Well, it is what it is, they say. At least the kids say. Do you say that? You're a kid.
I say it is what it is every so often.
No, that's what I thought. Well, could have been worse. Could have been, that's how the cookie crumbles. Just like our friend John Commentate does a lot of the times. But once again, C4 tossed out. Actually does a lot of damage to Robe. I was about to say doesn't connect, but it connects ever so slightly. And now Robe's going to be on the back foot taking any subsequent gunfights throughout the round. And, well, that's an advantage you want to have if you don't at least secure the kill with the C4. Drones coming out, clear the bathroom, signaled no one's in there, no one in the bathtub either. Good check. Sometimes someone can get cheeky. Hide in there, and we're going for a repeat of what happened early on. EMP to deal with the flashbang, and then a grenade to follow that one up. But nope, doesn't work just yet. There we go.
What?
Can we get it now? No. Oh, there we go. Okay. Mute jammer, deployable shield, and 2 ADSs, I think, will be taken out. Speaking of taken out, Zmar takes out Yali, and I'm not sure where that came from.
Either way, already finding a kill onto the ace. The swing in through Astro is seen. Robe is known. The swing from Beezer, however, somehow finding Lars in the back corner of Statuary. Zmart, waiting inside a Master, apparently here's where the kill came through onto Yali, looking for a follow-up. We'll find that on the Maple as well. But Beezer onto a triple kill. Finally, Robe is taken care of, but Beezer not so much, as they continue to just walk through Trophy, trying to find a quad, walking straight into their line of sight. There's Reserve. Cappy steals the ace away, but Fisher bring it right back to within 1.
That was, again, a round that was mainly played well by Muskingum, but somehow Fisher ended up converting it into their own, and I'm not sure. This is not the dominant Fisher we've seen on the first two maps. It's kind of like a shaky Fisher, or a more shaky Fisher, and it's also because Muskingum, they have upped their game in the last two maps, but still not satisfied with the rounds that Fisher have won so far. I feel like Muskingum have been way more convincing on their 2 wins on Villa as opposed to Fisher, if that makes sense.
Well, Fisher also have Beezer, so
true. That's not
individual
that's
plays look a little less dominant. And it's also led to chaos for Fisher. That previous round, by the way, the chaotic chaos rather than controlled chaos. And it's Muskingum not being able to deal with it just yet. With Beezer just getting aggressive, there really wasn't all that much of a response from the Muskies. And you can see, well, now they're going right back to what has worked prior. Understandably, Aviator Games, one of the best sites in the game for the defenders, should work out here. And I like the call. They're flexing a little bit towards what can be aggression denial. The EDDs in terms of Zmart having the Cat Cam, the Surya Gates back online for Reserve. Pretty good decisions, if I do say so myself.
Yep, let's see if they work out. We've seen Capcan brought a handful of times throughout our best of 5 grand finals tonight, and we haven't actually seen any Capcan traps get a kill just yet. I'm not even sure if we've seen any detonated. We've definitely seen them on
We've seen a down on the bottom floor of Clubhouse.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Liquipedia. Well, there you go. but we haven't seen any kills confirmed by Capcan Traps just yet, and maybe this is the round where it all changes. We'll see how sloppy Fisher get on their droning, on their checking for traps, and if they do get sloppy, they could be punished for it. Bees are entering alone once again, and well, that hasn't been a problem for him. There we go. Capcan Trap, or at least one of them, shut down. Yali enters Astro at the same time. Claymore will go down. Default cam has been shot. I hope. Nope, make that 2 Claymores go down instead. And well, that's a change that's not so recent anymore. What? It's been like 3 seasons since we get 2 Claymores instead of 1?
Dick. It's been 3 seasons since 2 Claymores and 2 seasons since, well, I suppose a season and 10 days since the activation of 3 bits of secondary utility for most operators. 2 very big fans of those changes, by the way. Robe, lucky to be alive. Zmart, unfortunately, does not find a kill with that C4. There were 3 players in the room he C4'd, by the way, that being Trophy, none of which were even touched by the explosive. Feels a little bit bad for the Russian defender.
Yeah, but then again, Robe is on 1 HP again. You see the health bar flashing red and white, so at least there's that minuscule advantage that Muskingum have going on for them. Once again, the Gemini Replicator used to burn the Gates. A nade follows up closely. Can it get a kill? Yes, it does. Nice nade there as Heartsea falls. Great entry. And the second nade is a follow-up onto 90, but luckily the player retreats. Zmart falls to Beezer shots, though. It's all falling apart for Muskingum at the seams. 50 seconds left, and that's plenty to work with, especially with a 2-man advantage. EMP's coming out, and the hard breach could follow suit very shortly. That's exactly what's going to happen. But you still need to get rid of the camera on 90. Bees are playing it patiently on the other side of the map, waiting for his teammates to get in position. And Robe will fall as reserve, finally hits those DMR shots, giving his team a fighting chance. But Beezer falls down, or rather shut down Clip as well. And Maple finds one of their own, all up to reserve with the DMR, not their best weapon. But can they possibly find it looking in the right direction? No. Shots connect as of yet. Nope. There we go. Beezer with a triple, if I'm not mistaken. Was it quarter, 3 or 4?
At a bare minimum, it was a double. I'm pretty sure it was a
definitely
triple
3.
as well.
It was 3 or 4. It was definitely 3.
Well, we'll find out in about 20 seconds or so. Either way, Fisher's dominance again measured by Beezer's kill count. And I was talking about those hero plays being required. On paper, that's a dominant round. Fisher, you keep 3 or 4 players alive, you walk into the site, you still had 40 seconds left as you were actually encroaching onto the site itself. But the problem you really run into is the fact that most of your kills really lie on one person. That's Beezer. Previous round having a 4K, around trophy statuary. In that round, as our kill count comes up, it was a 3K. All of the 3 final kills, by the way, found by Beezer himself, including the finish of 1 down prior. That's why we thought it was a quad, because in the kill feed he popped up, but he didn't actually find the down to the kill he stole. He didn't get credited for it, regardless of ifs, ands, buts, and absolutes. Fisher are in the lead.
Well,
the 5th round concluding for the first time since Clubhouse.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's been a while since we've seen Fisher in this position, and while they still have been the better team throughout our series, Muskingum have had their fair share of, convincing round and advantages and leads and such. So I do want to see how Muskingum react to being back behind Fisher now, because last time this happened on Clubhouse, on map 1, they shut down as soon as they lost their lead. It was a 2-1 after the first 3 rounds for Muskingum, but as soon as Fisher started gaining some traction, some advantages, Muskingum just disappeared from the server, and I hope for their sake that it doesn't happen again. There's no more second lives. If you lose this one as Muskingum, you are out. So, let's see how they do.
Well, I think I know why Fisher gave away map number 3. It's because they wanted to match their Super Smash Bros. Team's previous totals, because their Super Smash Bros. Team beat Northwood 3-1 in that ECAC fall final.
Not again.
Maple finds a nade kill on the Clip, this time again off the back of an impact EMP, but the nade was significantly quicker off the back of it. Maple, however, now returned upon, as explosives go one way then the other, both without vision, neither without efficacy, as each really an important kill for the squads, making sure there's no crossmat under his Beezer as they start to walk forward. But Lars has played this position before, and to great effect in rounds prior. with that shotgun in hand. The issue, they've been scanned out, and Robe can nade that out if they're in position, because Lars does not have anything around them to deactivate. The issue, Robe's on the astronomy window, so not in position by any means.
It seems like Muskingum, they keep repeating what has worked for them, and they're getting predictable for Fisher, but at the same time, they are still not ready for what Fisher has been doing time in and out again. But no, the shotgun actually works again. That's something that we've seen in the past as well. What I was referring to, by the way, was, you know, Muskingum not being ready, excuse me, for Fisher's EMP and grenade. That's something they've done all three times that we've seen this bomb site played, and they still weren't ready for it. We still lost a player off of that early on. But then again, Fisher weren't ready for the shotgun in the corner, and that's also something we've seen at least in round 1, possibly subsequent rounds as well. So adaptability is something that I'm missing from both teams, and I was commending Fisher on their adaptability earlier, but it's somehow missing right now. We hear the C4 being ripped, doesn't connect just yet though. 40 seconds, and Fisher need to start pushing up. Oh no, Robe misses a few crucial shots on the Frost there, and that's a huge opening for Zmar to try and make an opening. No shots connected, but no. There we go. Reserve pulse. Can we make it 2? Now they know where he is, but he's being pushed from all directions. Heartsy finds 1. Can he make it 2? Nope. Shut down. 2v2 still. And Cappy falls. Triple for Lars in the round. All up to Robe on 50 HP to clutch. No grenades, but diffuser in pocket. Can he get it? Nope. Shut down by Lars. Triple on the round as MU finally pull it back, tie it up, and say we're still in this fight.
Lars giving Muskingum the 1st and 6th rounds of the first half, solely based off that close position and statuary near the master door. 2 kills from there, and the final from the master wall rotate later on. There wasn't really all that much of an opportunity to clutch that, in all fairness. Valiant effort, to say the very least, but again, not much you could have done there. Also being swung up the stairs by Zmart, who was walking up astronomy late. That hadn't been dealt with prior. If it was, maybe you have a shot, but the split attention of Fisher forced, because again, 2 players were alive, that's probably what cost them that 1v2. Doesn't really matter though. Fisher, on the defensive side, this is their favorable side, especially here on Villa. This is where they could pick it up. This is where they may be able to shut out the ECAC finals.
Well, we'll see how it goes for them. We said that for Oregon, and that didn't end up going their way, so that's how the cookie crumbles, says our dear friend Lecter said. Oh, he made me. He said that so many times, I hear that phrase in my sleep.
5 seconds left.
Fair enough. If you insist.
If I insist, okay. Beezer gets the drone. So, well, a little bit of utility tonight for Muskingum, and I do want to see how they utilize those drones. We've had times where they've been really going strong off their intel game. Drones, Gemini replicators, even zero cams, I believe, brought by Muskingum at some point on Chalet. But they have also had times where they just, you know, walked into a bomb site, no intel, or even worse, had someone flank. Like, I think it was Beezer on Oregon. Flanked, killed someone on a drone, or a Gemini replicator, rather. Then walk up down the stairs, get another kill because the person just didn't react, and then get a 3rd one. So, Muskingum, they either do great at intel or horrible, I guess is the point I'm trying to make.
Yin and yang, you could say.
True. On off switch.
Yeah, no kidding. And the weird part for them is the fact that there's no real trigger to that switch. Does Beezer get droned here? I'm going to say right now, Beezer does not get droned and probably finds a double. And this is going to be a really odd position. Let's take a look as to whether the drones actually do clear out this position. Lars has droned as far as the astronomy door, nothing further. They've created a peek hole into the master wall, but again, nothing more than that. Beezer, a timing C4 based off of possible audio cues, but it does not actually land. Heartsy's going to fully clear out Statuary, landing at the close corner of Trophy, but again, not the position that Beezer's currently holding.
Okay.
Maple dropping reserve through 3 doorways, able to find the kill, and just like that, Beezer gets the heck out of dodge. Fisher find an opener. What a shot from Maple.
Look at that though, Maple drops down as well, which means that's a double roam below, including 1 C4 between them, but no, they just end up rotating back on site. So, well, Well, it's the smart play. I'm a little bit disappointed. I thought it would have been flashier than it is. Regardless, 1 minute left. Muskingum are a man down. But other than that, they're still doing pretty fine. No grenades in their pockets, though, as Yana's been taken out. So the deployable shield is going to be a problem to deal with. Luckily, there are some smokes, so well, you can utilize those in the worst case scenario, but still not optimal. 45 seconds left. Time is ticking out, and we keep saying this. Time is basically a sixth defender. It works in their favor, and if you're not careful as an attacker, you will lose rounds purely off of time, as we've seen time and time again on both Club and Chalet.
Now to Villa, it's really a question of whether it costs them. Z-Mart gets blown up from above and finished off courtesy of Maple. The second of 2 Vulcan canisters on this landing aviator door is now blown up. 20 minutes of efficacy, or 20 seconds, sorry, between the 2 of them, and Beezer now finding a kill into Heartsy. That's the round. Lars is left alone in a 1v5, an ace required in 9 seconds, that or finding a defuse plant, while still outside of the building, much less the site itself. They'll save the KD. Fisher will find the lead as they win round 7 and give them the lead right back. Odd round, to say the very least, they're boxy, but a round nonetheless.
Absolutely.
Fisher.
I think the biggest problem for Muskingum on attack was just the fact that they had no explosives besides Diana, who was the entry death, and then dealing with shields, dealing with utility piled up on the doorways, on the chokeholds, was not something that, you know, they could really do. Also, losing reserve, I believe it was, early with that one tap was just a morale killer, if you ask me. Getting slammed like that off the server is like, you just want to go to bed. You're like, whatever. Goodbye.
So, our delay is currently catching up with us, and I'm trying to figure out if the C4 popped from Beezer at the doorway of astronomy is based off of timing in a sound cue or a communication from their team. I'm not sure if anybody was directly watching it, because if they were, it's either an incorrect cue or they backed away on that defensive side. Seems like Cappy was the one at least taking a look in that general direction, but now for Fisher, on this defense, they basically flex a lot of their defense away from what we saw prior.
Yeah.
Yali from the mute to the Cade, Cappy from the Jaeger to the mute, and Robe from the smoke to the Jaeger, while Maple just brings in a whole new operator of Ella.
Well, when you're 9-4, you can do whatever the hell you want in my game, you know? 9-4 in 8 rounds, it's good enough, especially when you have Beezer next to you. No, never mind. Reserve shuts down Maple, so no more Ella, no more Scorpion, no more insane rate of fire, which, by the way, is something that Beezer should have been playing in the first place, because Beezer with high rate of fire, we've, well, figured out practically unstoppable, or unstoppable, rather. English hard. Open hatch being pinged, Z-Mart clearing everything with their face and a shield in front of it, and let's see how that works out.
Blitz allows you to take face checking to a whole new level. And Fisher, now just backing away. After losing Maple fairly early, I just like the decision to back away. The one caveat I see to picking Ella as, well, Beezer specifically, is the fact that Scorpion recoil is just different than that of the F2 or the ARX or the MPX. Really whatever they decide to choose, especially the MX4 Storm that we've seen Beezer play on a consistent basis, at least prior to that MX4 nerf. Z-Mart walks straight into a Gershmont mine, by the way, and is not affected in the slightest, because that's how Rainbow Six Siege works.
Oh,
sure.
Well, speaking of Rainbow Six Siege, Yali gets taken out by Heartsy, and that is a 5v3 coming out for Muskingum. We've seen them lose huge advantages before, but this is a surefire for them. Unless they make some major mistakes. C4 comes out as well and doesn't connect at all, doesn't even deal out any damage, and that's just huge. But look at the utility. 6 smokes, a grenade, and 2 EMPs still in pocket of the defenders, or the attackers rather, excuse me, plus a Dockaby Cole and a Lion Scan. Another C4 being ripped. This one will connect. That's Cappy taking out Z-Mart. Lion Scan, a little too little too late. What will happen in the final 55 seconds?
Well, Gershmont Mine finally does actually find somebody and stun them at a bare minimum. Heartsy finds Robe, so no more Jaeger. A 2v4 for the defensive side, and Heartsy makes it just 1. Beezer left alone, and is the person to be left in this situation. Their phone ringing like mom's calling them for dinner, and it doesn't seem like they have all that much time left before the bell rings. They don't. Muskingum ties right back up. It's a trade of rounds. And Yali will call a timeout for Fisher.
You used to call me on my cell phone. This was, by the way, yeah, before we get DMCA'd, this was, you know, the first timeout we've seen in 4 maps. And it's something, I don't know, you know, you see tactical timeouts called pretty often in Tier 1, sometimes in Tier 2, but it feels like Tier 3 and below, they just love to forget about tactical timeouts, even though they're such a powerful tool. And I think he said this publicly as well, but I spoke to Helby once, and he was like talking about especially playing at LAN, playing on stage in those high stress situations, and how he said he likes to use tactical timeouts not when his team needed a reset, but when he saw that there was trouble brewing on the enemy team and he wanted to give them extra time to stew. And that was just something that I found really interesting.
We call it the flame timeouts, where you actually encourage your opponents to overheat. It's the greatest thing. You win like a round flawlessly, or your teammate gets an ace, and you're like, well, actually, we want to call a timeout. It really just throws off your opponents. Really exciting to see how Fisher decide to flex off of this. They will head back to Trophy Statuary. I can't say I'm too surprised about that. They will, however, change up their operator composition, albeit narrowly. It's Beezer to go from the Valkyrie to the Thunderbird. Everything else, a carbon copy to that of the previous round, including, at least as of right now, the attacking lineup, which I have to say I'm a little surprised about. Didn't think Zmart would bring in the Blitz back-to-back rounds.
Oh, so toxic lineup. Look at this. If you were to bring this in ranked 2 years ago, you would get flamed so hard. You have Lion, Blitz, Jekyll, and Dockery.
If you were to bring that right now, you get flamed so hard. You kidding me?
We're only missing a Blackbeard instead of the Ana. That's would have been perfect. Anyway, perfect. I mean horrible. Don't do that. Please don't do that.
Please no.
Please God no. Well, let's see which way tables turn this time around. As again, it is a 4-4. We've had very few instances where we've had a tight scoreline throughout these series. It's always been one team a few rounds ahead of the other. And this kind of serves like a soft reset, if you ask me. It's again, you know, it's an even footing, an even setting, and whoever pulls ahead is very likely to win the map at this point.
I don't foresee anybody, at least definitively, pulling ahead, and that's mainly because Fisher's lost that consistency. They've had a very consistent lineup. However, Zmart walking into the Gishmont mine is caught out and delayed for at least a few extra seconds. Cappy switches to the shotgun, and Zmart now low. 25 HP, anything in their general direction will take him out. Even leg shots. Little bit of a chaotic conversation now for Muskingum. Their main tank has lost most of its armor.
Yeah, but then again, on the other side of the coin, Yali also loses a lot of their HP, so it's not all great. Look at this aggressive push out by the defenders, though. That could be devastating, or rather, not push out, but rather fallback. Iana playing below hasn't caught anyone off guard just yet, but again, could be detrimental in stopping any roams that would be happening down below. Just past the halfway mark, rather, and again, nothing impactful at all has happened just yet. It's going to be one of those rounds where everything happens in the last 10 seconds, and it's so hard for us to call out, but, well, action's action, and action's great.
These are my favorite rounds, when chaos just ensues. Maple waiting inside a memorial. Absolutely no idea. Reserve just dies, and the EVO finding one. Looking for a second now is Maple. The low HP from Zmart actually costs him. Maple converting off of their previous damage done. Yali finally returned upon by Muskingum, so at a bare minimum, only one person on a disadvantage. But still, it's favorable towards Fisher, and Maple now playing a pixel headshot angle towards the red stairs. No way Clip is able to differentiate this gunfight, but they may be able to now. Heartsy, a follow-up kill on the bottom floor, a double for both them and Maple, but Maple now onto a triple. Lars dropped inside of the mudroom, and just like that, Fisher have gained their advantage right back.
Well, Maple, you've done your job. Just fall back. Even if you're getting Jackal skin, let them chase you. You've wasted so much time, and they need to decide whether they want to go for a side or they want to push you out and have to keep worrying about you. And it's going to be the latter, it seems, as the attack does seem to be pushing the side. E1D scan comes out, but again, only one smoke left in the pocket. That's all they have. They will deploy it. Well, I guess that's two. One just got thrown as I said it, though. And the plant will be attempted. Rope there to help, and there we go. One for Maple, one for Beezer. Quick shutdown. Another round goes into Fisher's favor. Rehost called? Question mark.
Oh, so
why?
I have to be honest with you.
No, you're not.
In the previous round,
lie to me.
In the previous round, when a timeout was called, I'm like, when we went into the timeout, you said, "Oh, this is our first timeout in 4 maps." I'm like, we haven't had a rehost.
You manifested.
I didn't even have to say it.
Yep.
Casters cursed it without saying it. Just so good.
The force is strong with this one.
You will not have another rehost, Rainbow Six Siege.
I don't think it worked that way. Someone would have figured it out by now, and
Do I walk away again? Is this where I walk away again?
Please no. Please no. Can't do it. No. Well, I mean, I guess this is a great segue to just kind of us talking about what's happening, because there's a lot to unpack. Again, this map has been the biggest back and forth in terms of scoreline. Usually it's been one side just, kind of sweeping it up, having a few rounds advantage. This time, though, it's been like 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, 3-2, and so on. We just had 4-4, and now Fisher won another round, making it 5-4 for them. One more round, and they are getting not only onto map point, but onto series point. Is that happening in the near future after the rehost, which may not be so near, by the way, just saying? Or do MU still have some gas left in their tank, and are they gonna fight it till death?
I have to say, it's an odd position for Muskingum to be in. So they had just lost round number 9, 5-4 to Fisher. Fisher has just technically completed their first rotation of 3 rounds. They'll go into their second, but they didn't go to kitchen dining. They'll be able to go back to Aviator Games for our 10th round of play and have that at a bare minimum available to them to come back and take a 6-4 advantage. And if history was to repeat itself, they'd end up winning 7-5 after losing Trophy Statuary for a second time. But because of the fact that it wouldn't be available in that order, they would have to go to kitchen dining, again, theory crafting, should they win Aviator Games in round 10.
Well, your brain is great. My brain could not do that at 5:30 a.m. I was supposed to get up in 2 hours, by the way, and I'm not. I'm gonna sleep in. Yeah, L, exactly. Bozo down. But it is what it is. We're waiting on the rehost, and let's see how long that is taking. Anyways, hopefully not very long. I don't know. It feels like neither of the teams is as consistent as they've been, as in
Goat host.
Like, yeah, we've had Fisher be super dominant on maps 1 and 2. We've had Muskingum super dominant on game 3, but now they're both kind of slowing down, and it's much more like hit or miss / whack-a-mole / whatever.
Can we take another look at all chat? I want to take a second away from analyzing the game and just analyze all chat, and then bring up a comedic point from yesterday. But we'll move on. They said Fisher was like, yeah, goated spectator, goated host, where Max said amen. And that was because
only they knew he was
Max
British.
is able. No, they know he's British. Yali does at least. But the greatest part is the fact that Max got this game going so fast, but he, if you don't know, is a goated observer to the point where he was observing SI qualifiers yesterday in North America, and was having some challenges. He was having some challenges with rehosting games.
Hey, are you saying Max was challenged yesterday?
Oh, he was challenged to a very high extent. It was really funny. I'm not gonna lie to you. Watching that on a few different streams, Super, the old Sonics player, screaming at him, comedy gold. Anyway, back into the game. Apologies for technical issues. They are now fixed. Goated Observer
Super
has
don't scream at
rehosted
us.
fairly quickly.
Okay, well, there we go. Your prep T4 being prepped, and that's, well, you know, prep T4s. They can be great, especially you have the intel, and you probably do have intel if you're bringing a Valkyrie, but also you may find yourself in a different situation when you do a C4, and it's like, oh, Kent, it's 2 floors below me, and it's prepped already. So, it's always a gamble, but it also pays out big when it does. Regardless,
Can't say I'm much of a
just-
gambler.
Yeah, you're not a gambler? Well, why are you giving me Powerball numbers then?
Ah, because you can be the gambler. I'm
So
playing
you're
with house
gonna
money on this one.
Enable my addiction. That's how it is. Great friend. Thank you so much. Well,
Only thing
by the
I
way-
gamble on is Counter-Strike skins. It
Oh,
hasn't gone very well.
well, that's a hell of its own. But regardless, a minute into round, only one casualty, and it's actually on side of Fisher. It's gonna be Maple gone, and that means no more C4. Keep in mind, there's still Beezers that's prepped, and there is still Yali C4 in their pocket as well. Red Pink's coming out, and the grenades will follow soon, but Beezer rotates fast enough, so no damage done there, just narrowly though. Heartsy playing below as well, trying to find some feet, but not successful as of yet. And there we go. Most of Muskingum is on drone duty now, which again, we love.
You want to try to drop this shield from below, make sure they can avoid the ADSs put forward. There's the Gon 6 being
Drop it
taken
like it's
out
hot.
because of the ADS. And 3 nades still available here for the attacking side. 2 impact EMPs and 4 smokes. A whole battery of projectile utility. The challenge they'll run into is actually finding the kills. Drone goes through, a yellow ping onto the whereabouts of a clip on the Lion, but not over aggression from the defensive side. Understanding they're down a man, they don't need to get over aggressive, and the first of, again, 2 Vulcan canisters on that aviator door have been popped.
So much time wasted, so little achieved by the attackers. They're all just playing whack-a-mole around the side, and nothing is being done. But scratch that as Daddy Lars gets Beezer, and that's huge. Make that 2 as Zmart gets another one. Cappy falls all up to Yali and Robe. The SMG SAS brothers. Yali extremely low on HP, still a C4 in her pocket though, and that could be huge. 1 smoke canister left, but it's all up to Rope to clutch this one out. Shotgun in hand now. Plan being attempted. Their phone ringing as well, and it's not looking likely for them. But a great smoke canister actually comes out. Plan still sticks though, but a smoke kill nonetheless. At least padding the stats, and well, that's something shot from all sides. Not sure where the Terran Reserve gonna finish this one, and it's back to 5-5.
The only 2 Toxic Babe kills in the entire series, both found by Fisher while defending in the last 2 maps. However, Muskingum still winning rounds around those kills. One of them was to end a round, the other just to pad stats this time around. But Fisher's still looking good. And in that round, a little less so, but now onto Aviator games for a 3rd time in the half. They lose here, they're probably going to go elsewhere, of which at a maximum they have a 50% win percentage, or if kitchen dining's the call, a 0% win percentage, because they have yet to go there in this second half of play. Lack of statistics for Fisher and lack of previous knowledge may cost them, because previous round for Aviator games, chaotic, but it didn't look good. They just continually lost gunfights and didn't have much to come back against.
Keep in mind, this is also becoming a game that's hugely reliant on endurance. We're already on map 4, and we could potentially be going to map 5 as well. And, well, if you look at it that way, that's huge. That's... Most teams don't play matches this long. Maybe they scrim like 4 maps. Sure, that happens every now and then if they're on the Sigma Grinds Head mentality. But playing an official match, 4 maps in a row, 2 of which almost go to overtime, well, this one still could go to overtime, is just something that you need to practice to be able to do consistently. And if you don't have the practice, if you don't have the experience, you're going to be getting fatigued really soon. So props to both teams for holding out as long as they have, but it does seem like slow mistakes are slowly but surely creeping in. And again, it's just a game of endurance at this point.
Seems like Muskingum's been hitting the cardio. Fisher probably could be on the treadmill a little bit more as of late, considering post-map 2, they've yet to really have a definitive lead. Brief reminder, 7-2 victory in map 1. That was club. 7-1 victory in map number 2. That all the way on Chalet. Map 3, 7-5 in favor of Muskingum. Now it's 5-5 here on Villa. And last time it was 5-5. That was map 1. Muskingum ended up walking away with that map victory.
Oh!
First C4 used by Beezer. That misses. The nade from Zmart, not so much. Robe dead. Their toxic babes will play no part in this 11th round. Definitive advantage towards Muskingum in the first 80 seconds.
Yep, indeed. And I can almost hear Ivy Target being played in the background. Heartsy scans the alley, and there we go. The kill follows shortly. Nice pinch there as Clip gets the kill. 5v3 and huge chance there for Muskingum to take the upper hand once again and put themselves on match point, but Maple gets down as well. It's all falling apart for Fisher. Another Lion Scale coming out. Beezer barricading doors. I think you have your priorities set wrong. When your teammates are down behind, you need to help them. But there we go. Drone shut out and takes a lot of bullets in the bag. Not enough to put them out of contention, but enough to leave a mark. Playing off of audio cues now, and oh no, the attacker's actually looking the wrong way. Another thrown out, but it bounces off the doorway. Walks into the crossfire. Zmart gets the kill onto Beezer, and it's all up to Cappy because Maple is still down. There we go. Flawless round as Muskingum edged themselves closer towards a reverse sweep. One more round is all they need. If they win, we're going straight to Theme Park, which is going to be an uphill battle for them anyways. If we lose, we're going to overtime, and that's also going to be an uphill battle for Muskingum, but they can do it. The reverse sweep is a real possibility for probably the first time in this series, man.
For all of you curious as to who starts OT, what goes on, if this gets to OT, Fisher will start on the defensive side in overtime, as it was their decision. They chose the map. Muskingum got the chance to choose regulation side. They, of course, chose the defense, as per usual. And in response, Fisher chose defense in OT. But past that, assuming we go to a third map, you're all wondering, hey, how does regulation side get decided? Because it's a decider. How does OT side get decided? It's based off of round differential. Now, given the fact that Fisher won the first 2 maps, a total of 14-3, and have at minimum gained an extra 10 rounds on top of that to the total of Muskingum's 17, they're looking at a pretty favorable round differential and will get regulation decision. However, they'd still like to close things out and get to OT here on Villa.
Well, do you think... What do you think is going to be? Are we going straight to map 5? Or Fisher going to pull back? Are we going into OT on this one? Is it going to get real interesting real soon? Or...
I got map 5.
You got map 5? Okay, well... We'll see how this one goes. It just could be going that way. Maple follows, and it's notable. They've been doing really well, especially on Oregon, which Fisher still ended up losing. But they are yet to find a kill post-rehost. Actually, look at all the kill stats. Post-rehost, we've only had 1 kill come out from Roby. And that was it for Fisher. In 2 rounds, 1 kill. Not looking too hot.
Fisher, it was 2 rounds in a row that actually gave them that lead going into the rehost. It was 5-4, or a single round, I suppose, that gave them the 5-4 advantage. Since then, not looking the greatest. Yali does find a return. Robe will drop away, so the EE1D will continuously ping them for 4 seconds at 1 ping per second. But they're safe, and they'll make it out with their life. Muskingum, not so much. Beezer from below, a C4 onto Clip, a little bit too stagnant with the cardiac sensor below. Muskingum losing whatever semblance of an advantage they had. Fisher finally find it. Lars lucky to be alive.
They were on the cusp of greatness, but things are now not working out for them. Even having a 5v4 as Maple was the first one to fall, but somehow Fisher are pulling it back. And again, it is becoming an uphill battle for Muskingum. I know I've used this term 3 times in, quick succession, but it is what it is. And 1 minute 15 left. Muskingum are yet to find a real entry way into the bomb side, an avenue attack as you like putting it, I think, at least from what I've seen so far. Cappy playing the verticals narrowly misses an attacker, and now it's all up to Lars and company to try and find an opening. 50 seconds left, and again, not much they can do there. Grenade will be coming in, and Beezer is going to be there, but I don't think he catches it. Oh no, actually a lot of damage done. What was that?
how in the world did that end up landing? Fortunate roll there for Muskingum, but now looking to close out the map. Fisher looking to send us to OT and keep themselves at a bare minimum in this 4th map of play. Muskingum looking to get aggressive. 3 players alive to the 4 of Fisher, but 2 of those players a combined 70 HP. The Banshee taken care of, as the aggression in a Memorial is at least noted by the defensive side. The sound cue favoring this defense. Heartsy walks into Pantry, but is known just the same. The melee onto the barricade. Yali doesn't have her headphones on. Able to find the kill is Heartsy. A follow-up from Robe. There's no easy way in for Heartsy, though, and they also don't have the defuse. Low HP with 4 seconds left. Beezer playing hide-and-go-seek. Heartsy knows about him, but can't clear behind the washing machine. Fisher will send us to overtime and keep themselves alive to keep the 3-1 hope going.
This is yet another round that Fisher was slated to lose, and they ended up winning only because of time. And it wasn't like, you know, there were still 4 people alive. We won because of time. It was that one we won in the final few seconds. If we had 2 more seconds, the outcome likely goes the other way, and Muskingum secure Villa. But they have thrown the lead that they've had. And yes, I'm saying thrown, not lost. They have thrown it. It was a 5v4 right off the rip. Maple died early on without achieving anything, and yet Muskingum let lead slip. Little by little, surely.
It's still wild. I cannot believe that Beezer plays hide-and-go-seek on 20 HP and wins. Playing hooky with the devil, and a loss in that one. But Muskingum still need to now come back. Fisher will go to the only site in which they have a perfect win rate on. 1 for 1 on kitchen dining. A brief look back to the previous round, by the way, in terms of operator compositions. It is nearly a carbon copy. Yali the only difference, not bringing the Kaid. I honestly don't know why she brought the Kaid in the previous round. Really didn't mind all that much because
it was like a comfort
on the attack. But, I mean, yeah, TCSG, but at that point, just play the Goyo, have Maple go on to something else.
Yeah, but we've seen Yali on Cade a lot, so I think it was just like, what do I play? Play whatever. Okay, I'm going on Cade. This is it. And I suppose maybe not. Maybe we can ask them in the interview if they end up winning this one. Specifically, why did you bring
Yali? What are
Cade?
you thinking?
Can you give us a rundown on your thoughts as you picked operators?
Wow, that's the caster correct way of asking it. I would have gone with Yali. What are you thinking? Picking up Cade again?
What the
on
hell?
Kitchen Dining? Yeah, I know, right? Well,
yeah,
Fisher. What's their thought process here into round 13? First time we've been to OT in 4 maps. It will end at a bare minimum equal or closer to that of map 3. 7-5 victory for Muskingum there. But now into OT, it's Fisher playing with the advantage. The defensive side has been up front for Fisher, especially flexing to different sets. Lars, how are they on 1 HP? C4 apparently.
Make that 0.
They're dead. They're dead.
Yep.
Okay.
Yali takes about 70 damage in return, but you know they're still up. They still have a gun in hand, and they're still getting boost continuously. Reserve gets a kill, but Cappy retaliates very quickly. E1D comes out. Cappy scanned, but they still get away. Jackal there to put in work, but they need to find the remaining attackers, and I'm not sure if Muskingum actually noted Yali dropped down back to side. That's another C4 kill
way.
as Beezer gets Heartsy as well. It's fallen apart for Muskingum in this. Could be eat. We could be seeing serious point very shortly here, Daniel.
Almost 345 damage done by C4s alone in this round. It's about 340, give or take, with the remaining 5 done courtesy of Yali's headshot onto Lars. Muskingum playing from behind without even seeing their opponents, trying to find out where Beezer is. The pistol shots to the 4 with a P12, scanning out the cardiac sensor, just not doing enough lethal damage. And Clip is slowly walking around Run Room. Nobody's even in the general vicinity.
I'm very much not a fan of this. It's a 4v2, and Clip and Zmart are so far apart that there's no refrag potential whatsoever between them. If one of them dies, the other one can't do anything about it. And yes, you can go for those sneaky contact plays like, let me shoot him in the back, but no, now you've given your position away, and it would have been so much better for you to just stick together. Half the time wasted and nothing achieved. Beezer playing it patiently. There we go. Maple finally finds a kill. Beezer with a follow-up. Both Zmart and Clip fall, and serious point, here we come.
Really smart play from Beezer, by the way. Waiting in the backside of the memorial pillar. Instead of immediately swinging onto the memorial door, instead decided to wait for a swing. Because if somebody walks into that room and a Banshee goes off behind them, if they're in the room, they're either A, looking towards kitchen or dining, or B, looking at the Banshee that's going off. There is no way, unless there's previous information gained, in which this conversation's null and void, in which they're looking at the backside of memorial. Not ever. And Fisher take advantage of that. Now, into round 14, with match and series point for the first time in this series as a whole, looking to close it out sooner rather than later.
Well, let's see if they can finally close it out. They've had some problems doing that on Oregon, but Villa could be it, and your predictions could have been wrong. You said Fisher wins. You were correct about that, most likely. But you also said it's either going to be a 3-0 or a 3-2. Currently, we're one round away from it being a 3-1. Meaning, you know, the one possible timeline in which Fisher wins, and you didn't predict it.
Well, hey, I was just so good that my two predictions actually average out to be the correct prediction, assuming, again, Fisher win this map.
That's not.
It was either a 3-0 or a 3-2. Combine those, it would be a 3-1. I'm just...
That's like me saying, hey, it's either going to be like 7-0 or 8-7. Or something in between. Not how it works. No. But back to the round at hand. Seems like Muskingum are taking it slow. They're pretty hunkered down on the bomb side. And Fisher, they're also just droning it out. They spot the first one. Yellow ping comes out, but the defender is now long gone. Zmort will go for the swing, and that's risky, especially if you're being pinched from multiple angles. And that's the second drone that has found you. Oh no, a lot of damage done. Zmort on 1 HP. That's the third drone. They just sprint past and hope and pray to their lucky stars they make it out. No Thunderbird, no Doc, meaning no heals for the 1 HP Zmart, and that is a tragic thing if you're a Muskingum fan. Meanwhile, Cappy drones out study, and let's see if they can get a clean entry into the round. Nate's thrown out from below, but they don't connect. Maybe get a little bit of utility though, and well, that's sometimes all you need.
Muskingum still have a conversation into this round. Lars doesn't have a C4, sure, but Zmart does. No matter whether they're on low HP or not, they still have the C4 and a weapon available to them, one-shot headshot being conversation, but Heartsy's C4 around information can also come to fruition. Fisher are going to slow things down, and understandably so, but they need to go sooner rather than later before that sixth man, the timer, starts to come back to bite them.
Well, let's see how this goes. Another nade thrown out from below. Again, no damage, but a little bit of utility is taken care of, and, well, that's all that matters. Bees are creeping up again, playing the solo Lurko style, and it's been working out, but there we go. He gives away his position. The camera shot at least. Reserve gets the entry. That's Maple taken out, and I'm not talking about a date. 1 minute left. 5v4, but Zmart is extremely low. So is Yali now. The Selmas are being thrown, but the diffuser carrier has taken out so much damage. These are trying to desperately secure a kill and edge his team over the finish line, but that isn't happening as of yet. Reserve on a flank now up on red, but no one's there to meet him just yet. It's a full-on study side push, and let's see if Fisher can make it work in the late round chaos that they love. There we go, one for Beezer, looking for two, misses the shots just narrowly, but it still is a 4v4. Zmart falls, and it's not looking great. There we go, Danny Lars with the answer. Beezer, the hard carry of Fisher, has been taken out. Nate comes out towards the Aviator vault, but it doesn't connect. The MPX swings out. Again, C4's thrown as well. Not going well for either side. Lars finds another one. 4v2. That's triple for Lars. Can he make it? 4, it's all up to Cappy, and they don't know where to look. So many turns, so many twists. And it's going to be a ultimate full-time overtime as Muskingum keep themselves in contention. The problem, however, is that now they have to attack again, and that hasn't been working out for them as well as they may have wanted it to.
Well, actually, I say with hesitant breath, there's two different conversations of this. Number one, the defensive sides are technically 4-3 through our 14 rounds of play. Muskingum is 4-3, Fisher's is 4-3. But the difference is the fact that Fisher cannot play kitchen dining, which picked them up the ultimate round that sent us to OT. They'll have to go to trophy statuary. A brief look to the past for all of you curious. Fisher's 1-1 here. One round, fairly dominant, not too bad, looked pretty good, C4 kills as well. Yeah, sure, you win. The other, they got smacked. Like, I'm talking Fisher smacked Trine 7-0 twice in the semifinals of the ECAC. It's not looking great for Fisher heading into this round. They need to switch something up, and they will. Maple will bring the Thorn. This is the first time, by the way, we will see a Thorn in the series.
We've seen Thorn Thieves before, but they've picked off of them last second. I'm pretty sure it was actually Maple that just decided to stick with the Goyo. So, well, they're going for it. You know, there's no time like the present. And even if Fisher end up losing this, they have the extra life of still being able to go to Theme Park. If Muskingum lose this one, and again, it all comes down to this one round because there's no unlimited OT, then this is it. They have managed to force a map and almost a second one off of Fisher, but that's all they get. And their consolation prize is the second place in ECAC Season 1. Fisher, they have, well, little to lose. Muskingum, everything to lose.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
It's a risk for Muskingum. They are put all in, and they have to hit a round on the river as the 15th round kicks underway. Clip, droning in, due diligence done, T's crossed, I's dotted, H's connected, I suppose, if you even want to go there, and
I don't.
Fisher, how do they hold? Similar to that of their previous rounds. Unfortunately, this time without your Frost, and Heartsy just walked into Astronomy. How in the world was that not found out? There is a return, but still, come on.
Well, I don't know. Trading an Ash for a Frost could have been better, but I suppose, could have been worse as well. Though you traded a 2 and 5 player for a 5 and 2 player, Muskingum, honestly, not looking hot. If, for example, you picked up Beezer instead of Yali, I would have thought that was huge. But then again, Beezer is on low HP, no more C4 either. I think it hasn't been used there, just prep though, so it's probably the same thing we've seen in the past. And, well, if they read into it, they could get rid of it. Vertical nades coming in from below, but none connect. Again, maybe just going for the utility. I'm not actually sure. Gone 6 in hand, but not used. Lion, not sure where to look at. And the attack itself seems to have stagnated a little bit.
Slowing down on this attacking side. They hurried up just to stop. Nade from below being prepped. Zmart, it does damage, but it doesn't find a kill. Robe, however, finding lethal damage. Across onto reserve, my apologies, as the Iana is now taken care of. Muskingum need to push in sooner rather than later. They do not have the time to dilly-dally, and Clip knows it. Finds a first, damage onto Beezer, but Beezer, even after being damaged up by both Clip and Heartsy early on, finds the kills onto both of them. Looking for a third on the round, will not be able to find it. It's Lars to take that mantle. Full HP for both Cappy and Maple, and Cappy still wields the C4 that may very well send them into this championship. Still waiting.
20 seconds left.
15 seconds left.
Here comes the push. Zmart in, as is Lars. Long range for Cappy as they've backed up towards the landing. The C4 may come through. The swing from Maple first. There's Cappy from the side, though, finishing off Zmart, and Lars now has to look both ways, but doesn't have the opportunity to do so. The C75 will play no way to get Muskingum back nor through to Theme Park, as Fisher will take Villa, and they'll take the series 3-1.
Well, that was a, that was the end that we all could have hoped for, I feel like. It was games 1 and 2, or rather maps 1 and 2, both Club and Chalet, very one-sided, and we were like, oh no, there's going to be a 3-0, it's going to be so boring, Oregon, we're going to, die on it. But then, that's where it actually got interesting. Oregon was a great map. Finally, Muskingum showed some resilience, and they finally had an answer to Fisher's aggression, and it was such a great map. And then went on to Villa, which went to max OT. And again, Fisher only won because the time had run out, which was, by the way, a recurring theme throughout tonight's cast, or stream rather, and match. So I guess the main thing is Fisher got to thank their lucky stars that a round in Rainbow Six Siege, or the action phase of it, only lasts 3 minutes. If it was 3 minutes and 15 seconds, Muskingum would have won. I'm sorry.
And in more often than not fashion, they would have sent us to a 5th map. The theme park won't be a theme at all, unfortunately, for the Muskingum Muskies. They drop out of the ECAC Grand Finals 3-1 to the Fisher Falcons, of whom, in 2 of their 6 Grand Final appearances, the other 4 obviously yet to come, have won 3-1 here up against the Muskies, and 3-1 over Northwood in Smash Bros. Ultimate. Of course, still 3 to come. They have Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch 2, and Halo. Halo, by the way, the only one not to be streamed. Thank you very much, Coltoon, our producer, for giving me that information from earlier. But we're going to take a break. When we come back from the break, the culmination of our show, the season, and an interview with one of the winners from Fisher Falcons.
Hey guys, KTAD here. Now, I've been told I need to step in to create like a buffer zone between some of the other hosts so that the Valorant v Overwatch conflict may finally come to an end. But between you and me, guys, I don't think they both realize that League's kind of already won that war. So don't tell them anything. But anyways, you guys already know why we're here, and if not, well, then you're in luck, because we've got some of the best collegiate esports moments right here. Don't believe me? Well, that's okay, but you know, here's your proof. Let's get into it. To start us off, we have the combo of Matt and Festive as they execute a brilliant mid-air handoff to close out Game 2 and tie up the series.
Here in regulation, can Festive and Matt do it? Matt's there, puts it in, and we do get the go-ahead goal. Is it going to be enough to end it here in reg?
25 seconds left right here. About 2 minutes since our last goal. 5th total in this one. Is this looking like moderately?
Feeling thirsty? Well, if you are, then Crollo's got what you need with these sick plays on Pac-Man.
He's not. Always guaranteed to stock, goes for the side special into that. That would have been an insane way to end it.
And now Crollo looking for the fire hydrant edge guard. Slam dunk right there. Is there able to finish them off?
At number 6, see if you can count the ultimates here, because when the dust settles, there can be only one survivor.
For Thomas College, but I don't know what Kid University are thinking. Well, okay, they're thinking it. What is going on in this fight? My days! 2 to the bomb, 3 to the tile, 1 to the self-destruct, and
it's
we
just
get
a
the team.
lone diva. It's a lone
What
baby
is
diva.
happening?
No, okay. Hip is back there.
You know what number play this is, right? Because J-Rod knows. And let me tell you, he's definitely keeping count.
But it's gonna be J-Rod who strikes first again with a nice headshot onto Boss. Gonna start moving down into Garage, and J-Rod is just approached now through Garage. Firepierce wall has been committed. Lance tries to take a peek, but J-Rod's there, finds Pigeon Mac. We're looking at potentially an ace. Austin gonna do their...
Trying to scrape together some sort of consolation prize. He's blinded, and they're... Oh my god, draw. What a teammate. He's giving a... Oh no, J-Rod around the corner looking for the ace. One shot on Austin, he finds the ace.
Oh,
good guy
beautiful.
draw, gives it over. Love the team.
A man down, the overtime clock counting, and the ball on their half of the pitch. Yet somehow, Stonehill manages to make it work in this crazy match against Buena Vista.
Out and push right back out again. This is a game of inches. Who can aggress hers? And that's gonna be it. Joker from the long shot along the field. Look at this from the back of board straight to Joker's feet. The touch is so delicate.
In what was surely a game-changing play here, Nichols State's Law pulls out a tire that can only be described as illegal to put the nail in the coffin against Missouri Western.
Awesome after ready. On the bright side, yeah, Nichols has enough time to come through. No!
It's 3!
No! It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3. It is 3 eliminations with Law's rip tire there. Absolutely incredible. Able to pick up a 4th. Shy with a team kill right now.
At number 2, it's just a masterful display of edge guarding from Adelphi's Davian. Check it out.
That roller is going to be a great opportunity to get in and pass, possibly even just through those arms. Goes for the down throw into forward air, excuse me. A great combo. Could have found some great damage offside, and as that paint just racks up onto this mid-man, that is more and more damage basically for free. Davion looking for a bottom stage. My goodness, what a stall!
Beautiful edge guard. And England.
And in our top play of this week, have you seen the movie Ratatouille? It has nothing to do with this play, but I think you'll see why we bring it up.
Look at this rat, though. Look at this rat going up long, dude. Oh, he's got another.
I mean, it's Ratatouille. They're just chefing it up. I'm going to go find another. Fozzie, quick trade, though. And they'll stall the push for now, but contain just a little bit here. We got a lot more work to be done. It's out of CT already. Right click is missed!
Oh.
That right click is huge going into this round. It's not going to find anything, but Tomo will. Fozzie with a quick trade.
Oh,
and okay.
stop.
Okay,
Stop
let the rat
it.
do it all. Oh, my.
Phew! What a week and what a crazy set of matches we've been seeing so far. Now, with that said, we're just now passing the halfway point in the season, so that playoffs picture is definitely starting to shape up. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date with all of the ECAC action, then definitely give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. Or, if you guys want to catch all of the matches live, you can find us on Twitch at ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Now, as always, a special shout out to our partners over at Esports U for expanding on our broadcast coverage. We definitely want to give them a special thank you for that. But, you know, that's it. That's the show. That's all we've got this week. Come back next week. Hopefully we've got a new host. Hopefully they've stopped bickering and all of that. But in any case, I've been KTAD. It's been a blast, and I'll see you guys next time.
'em. And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, you know, broadcasters.
Three-one victory for the Fisher College Falcons. Their second of the evening, this time in Rainbow Six Siege. They take down Muskingum, and they really close things out on Villa. I'm time to late. Right there's Boxy. Boxy, chaos, but Muskingum, in the end, folded just a little bit under the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we were making a lot of jokes about the reverse sweep, and while we didn't quite get that, I'm very glad that, you know, maps 3 and 4, that being Oregon and Villa, were both so much better than the stale Chalet and Clubhouse we've had. So overall, great showing from both teams, but, you know, Fisher, in the end, they came out swinging, they came to win, and there's a reason they've only dropped one map across the entirety of playoffs, that being the Oregon that we've seen in this series. So we have our interview ready. It's going to be Beezer from Fisher joining us, and I think we should just get that started.
Hello. Big bad Beezer. Their third best of 5 victory in just 9 days. First of all, talk me through the opening and how you feel after the victory.
Super relieved after the game. I know y'all asked like who's ready for the interview, and I said give me a second to breathe because my hands were shaking. That last few seconds was just like I was literally sitting there like this, like I was just praying like that we were gonna win that 2v2. Very exciting. I definitely woke my entire house up. My voice is not going to be the same tomorrow. I screamed so much that game in the series, so super excited, super proud of everybody, and I'm just excited to take home another victory for Fisher.
Well, I'm a fan of chronological order, as I'm sure a lot of people are. Let's start things off with maps 1 and 2. They were fairly quick, 7-2 and 7-1 in that order. How'd you feel going through those two maps? Because it didn't seem like there were too many mistakes made. If any, it was early on in the games, and as soon as you remedied them, it was consistency and cohesion for the squad to close those out.
Yeah, so we actually don't play a lot of club, and I'm pretty sure they knew that, which is why they picked it first. I know they played club against JMU and beat them in the 5th map or the 4th map, something like that. Um, but going into it, we kind of just said, hey, we know we don't play this map a lot. They probably know that. So just play our game. Don't try to match what they're doing. Just do what we know what to do, and that's play together and swing off each other and just get the frags because we're a very frag heavy team from what you can see. And we just kind of said, hey, we're better. We know what to do, and we're going to execute it. And it worked out pretty well.
Okay. So there was also like the contrast between maps 1 and 2 and then going into 3 on Oregon was quite stark. You know, you guys were super dominant on Clubhouse, on Chalet, but then come Oregon, you guys kind of slowed down, you lost your momentum, and then also Muskingum, they just picked it up and they were, you know, they played really good Siege. So what were the comms like on your team? What was going through your head at the time on Oregon?
Yeah, so I don't know why a lot of teams still don't realize not to take us to Chalet. Probably just finished our Chalet right there, but it is what it is. So Chalet, obviously we don't lose Chalet at all, so we won that pretty easily. Oregon is one of our maps that we've been kind of working on, especially with our attacks. It's been kind of iffy in scrims recently, so we knew that it was going to be a little difficult, knowing that they are a pretty good Oregon team. I'm pretty sure that when we play them in regular season, they're one of the only teams we lost to in regular season. They beat us on Oregon. So once we started losing rounds, I kind of just said, hey, they're adapting really well. This team, like overall, the series was just adapting really well. So we tried to switch things up, got really close. It was just a lot of like 1v1s, getting picked early, not refragging. It was just little things. So that's why we did not end up winning that map. But we had a big talk and in Villa, as you know.
Well, speaking of Villa, moving into it, it was really chaotic for you. A 3-3 first half split, 3-3 second half split. The defensive side winning both 13 and 14. First of all, talk me through 13. It really put you onto match and series point. How was the game of hide and seek? Because I'm sure it was a little chaotic.
So that you're talking about the last round, right?
Yeah, the kitchen dining round where you were just hiding in the back corner of laundry.
God, that was stressful. Okay, so I'm not really sure what happened. I guess we just didn't have intel on the guy going pantry, and he ended up shooting us from behind. I made it very clear to my team that I was holding Memo and not to peek it and just to focus on China, but we ended up getting shot from Memo. From pantry. So once he died, I don't know what happened. I just like I didn't even hear my teammates. I didn't hear the call. I just ran to that damn corner, punched that bucket, and hid because I knew he would not have been able to get me in time. Also, I was 1 HP. I had the UMP. He has Jackal. I don't know how low he is. So I was not taking any chances. If I were to die, it was going to be because he got to that corner first. I'm not taking that gunfight, and it worked out.
There's a brief note to Yali, by the way. She had her headphones on backwards because there was a Banshee in pantry, and he broke it before actually meleeing the pantry door. Anyway,
Make sure to get on
not
her
the
for
point. Into round 15. Again chaotic. Again came down to time. You actually won via time in both overtime rounds, which put you into this victorious position. Talk me through the discipline to back away and disengage when it's appropriate, especially playing around that 6th man.
Yeah, so when it comes to our discipline, I'm really grateful for my team for this. Me being the IGL, especially in those situations, they're calming on like what they're holding and stuff, but I'm making a lot of the decisions for them, saying, "Hey, don't peek. Hey, peek," and that goes for pretty much every round. I kind of call whether we go for frag or play passive. But when I do call something, my team listens. It's immediate. Just do whatever I say, and it really works out because I just being coming into this team, I was kind of the besides Maple with real comp experience. So they kind of gave me that role and trusted me to just know what I'm talking about. So it really helps when I have a team that like respects me and listens to me. Um, so yeah, we called don't peek, we called play passive, and we got that bomb down. Maple proned, Cappy proned, and we just let that clock run out. And like I said, very nerve wracking round, but it worked out.
A little nerve-wracking, but in the end, you did hold true. Final question for you, as we do around here. You've more than deserved it. Anybody you want to shout out? Any notable mentions or final thoughts in the series? The floor is all yours.
Of course, always shout out Fisher. They've been nothing but supportful for us. Very excited to take home another trophy for them. Also, shout out mainly Robe for the most part because this season he came in not knowing Siege. We had no 5th player.
Overwatch player, right?
Overwatch player came straight from Overwatch. I taught him the game that first week, the basics to the basics to the basics to the more in-depth details. So the fact that he's been able to learn this much and, in my opinion, be better than like some of these like lower T3 players, T4 players, and even up there with some of the good players, like it's just insane how fast he's been able to learn. And I'm super proud of him and really grateful that I've been given the opportunity to work with him. Maple, Cappy, Yali. Also, Yali, who's been our coach. She's not been able to coach this season because she's been focusing on learning how to play the game. So that's also been pretty a struggle for us, but we made it work. And now we have our new 5th player, Gohan. For those who don't know who Gohan is, he was also a T3 player.
Love that guy.
So we're really excited to start working with him and hopefully take top 10 next semester in all of CR6.
Well, you looked pretty good this semester between the NECC just 7 days prior, and now today your second best of 5 victory in a calendar week. Beezer, thank you very much for joining us, giving us the insight as to the game, and congratulations on your victory.
Thank you, guys. You're a great cast. Good job.
Well, Boxy, to close things out, final thoughts on the series, the season as a whole. Muskingum, chaos through the series, through their bracket playoff, barely making it past JMU, and now scratching the surface with the Falcons, but one round away from a 5th map.
Yeah, I mean, we've pretty much said it all. I feel like it was an interesting season. It was, the first season of ECAC. Before that, it was NJCAA. So we've seen a little bit of restructuring. We've seen new, better, more teams join ECAC than NJCAA had. And I really am glad to have been a part of this, to, keep or see the league progressing and learning and growing. And I'm glad that I've been able to do that with John and with Max and with you now. Colton, obviously always a pleasure. Kyler as well, even though I don't hear from him as much. So shout out to, the whole Esports U team, the ECAC team, all the teams playing as well. Like there have been, 20 plus teams, maybe even 30-ish, right? In the whole ECAC season. And that's just amazing. So yeah, your thoughts?
Well, it's an outstanding season for Fisher, but an outstanding season as a whole through the ECAC and moving forward. Fisher, with their second of a possible 6 grand final victories, they still have, I'll remind you once more, Valorant, Rocket League, Overwatch 2, and Halo of which will be off stream. But for us, here at Esports U, that's going to close out the semester and the season as a whole. ECAC_esports on Twitch will carry the rest of your grand finals, and we will see you next semester.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. Let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and this suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen. All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area, wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here, though, so we have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
No, you know I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here.
Yeah,
that's not his name. I just keep calling him that.
Yeah.
His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah,
that's
not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably never going to use this, but I want to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Seb Dillons, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, we are not dropping a map for the rest of the day. And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game, going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love